Chapter 135. The other city-states believe that land is the greatest wealth, so they are unwilling to accept foreigners and free citizens. They are unwilling to share the benefits and wealth of the city-state with them. I'm the exact opposite. I believe that people are the greatest wealth of the city-state. Only with people can we grow food, create art, and create wealth. Only with people can we build weapons, build armies, and defend the city-state. Only with enough people will we be able to get enough land. Divers said in a firm tone. His words shocked Kinigurata like never before. He was smart enough to know how to get enough land. Obviously, the Devers were subtly telling him about the source of the land for the new citizens, so he fell silent. On the other hand, Kinigurata's eldest son, Sostatus, looked at the warehouses and hotels that were almost completed and asked, I heard that you're going to attract Turii merchants and foreign merchants to store goods and stay here. Are these the warehouses and hotels under construction? Yes. I see that there are many warehouses and hotels to be built here. Is the city-state going to manage them personally? Sostatus asked again. Mercies understood what he meant and immediately said, Of course not. The city-state doesn't have that many civil servants. Everyone has their own things to do. We're going to open an auction and rent them out. Auction was a new word. The Greeks' excellent merchant genes allowed Sostatus to quickly understand what was going on. He asked, Can we participate? You're very welcome. Mercies answered happily. Even though the entire family was rather tired after moving and decorating the house for most of the day, Kinigurata woke up early the next morning. Waking up early was a habit he had developed over the years. The slaves helped him dress and get up. He decided to go out for a walk with the help of the slaves before returning for breakfast. Kinigurata's house was at the foot of the mountain. After the new citizens were allocated housing, there were still many empty houses. It was obvious how much damage the war had done to Amendora. Only, when Kinigurata was in the middle of it, did he understand why the original citizens of Amendora were so angry at the Turii. Most of these empty houses were rented to free people at low prices. So when Kinigurata went out, he could see groups of free people hurrying to work. Their faces were brimming with energy and passion that the free people of Turii lacked. Even when they saw a stranger like Kinigurata, they would greet him in a friendly manner with a strange accent in Greek. Kinigurata knew why they were so passionate about life. After becoming free citizens from slavery, their employers even paid the so-called preparatory citizen tax to the city-state. As long as they obeyed the law and worked hard, they would become preparatory citizens of the city-state in 2 years. It was already June, and the weather was getting hot. The city of Amendora was relatively cool because it was built on a mountain. The sea and mountain breezes took turns blowing against the small city. Kinigurata walked up the road and occasionally met citizens who were going down the mountain. They were all going to work in the fields. Old citizens and new citizens alike greeted and joked with each other, appearing very harmonious. The slaves who followed them were also very spirited. They must have seen hope after the mercenary slaves became citizens. What really surprised Kinigurata was that there were women accompanying them. From the conversation, they seemed to be the wives of citizens and not the women of free citizens. In order to make a living, the wives of free citizens would often work to earn money to support their families, such as setting up stalls and working as restaurant employees. She was even prepared to accompany her husband to work in the fields. He recalled that his son had mentioned some of the strange things he had seen in the city yesterday afternoon. Looking at the woman's appearance, she was indeed a Lacanian woman. If he was a traditional and conservative foreigner, he would have made a fuss. However, Kinigurata, who had been in politics for many years, first thought of the significance of this phenomenon for the city-state. Obviously, the Devers were not just talking about it. They were trying to assimilate the Lacanians in various ways. This young man had an extraordinary ambition. Under his leadership, the small city of Amendora was so strange and different, but it was rejuvenated and full of vitality in such a short time. Kinigurata's interest grew. He found that there were many people going down the mountain, but there were also many going up the mountain. Many of them were children. After asking, he found out that there were disciples of the Pythagorean school of thought teaching mathematics for free in the square. There was actually a Pythagorean school here. While Kunigarata was shocked, he suddenly remembered the scene of their first meeting and instantly understood. This must have been Urchita's matchmaker. The Pythagorean school opposed democracy and supported aristocratic politics. How could the Devers tolerate it? However, Kunigarata changed his mind. The Devers were a lifelong consul, and Amendora was not a democracy. When they arrived at the square, there were already some people surrounding the platform in front of them. On the platform, a young man was teaching basic mathematics. This young man was Mentodicus, Els. Back then, he and Martikoris had been promised by the Devers to go all out and accept apprentices. However, they strictly followed the traditional requirements of the Pythagorean school. The disciples must have a certain mathematical foundation, so they had to undergo a test. However, when they excitedly went door to ask, they were all rejected. First of all, most of the new citizens had a low level of education. Now that they had just been allocated land and houses, they were busy taking care of everything and had no time to take the test and learn. A few wanted to learn, thinking that they would participate in public office in the future. But when they heard that they had to pass the test first, they immediately got a headache. Although the old citizens had a higher level of education than the new citizens, on the one hand, they were busy with the funerals of their loved ones, and on the other hand, the Pythagorean school had a bad reputation in Greece. Rumors of secret associations, worship of evil gods, they worshipped number as their god, opposition to the city, and so on had long spread throughout the city. Of course, the two of them were not welcomed. After being busy for a few days, they did not manage to recruit a single disciple. The two of them were greatly discouraged and wandered around the city all day long. Inadvertently, they discovered the Hades number, actually Arabic numerals, that the Devers had taught Mercies to use for bookkeeping purposes. One had to know that the Greek scholars who studied mathematics in this era had a very troublesome problem. As the Greek characters that represented numbers were complicated to write, once the number exceeded 10,000, it was very difficult to write. This brought a lot of trouble to the scholars when they carried out mathematical calculations. On the other hand, the Hades number was simple, easy to learn, and easy to remember. It easily solved the most troublesome problem in mathematics, and it would definitely improve the efficiency of mathematics research. Most importantly, mathematics would be easier to popularize among the people. In history, the person who solved this problem for the Greeks was Archimedes, who created the method of recording large numbers. Thinking of this, the two of them felt as if they had found a treasure. However, Mercies expressed his refusal to teach them the secret of using this symbol, and said, "This was taught by Lord Devers. It is said that it is a gift from Pluto. You must get his permission to learn." The two of them had no choice but to look for the Devers again. They had originally thought that it would be more difficult, but Devers agreed at once. "Mathematics comes from everyday life," he said. "Of course, I want everybody to be able to learn it so that they can apply it to their lives, so that they can solve their problems, so that they can make life easier. That's the real meaning of learning." The Devers' words greatly touched the two young people. Therefore, Devers suggested that they hold free public lectures on mathematics in the square and teach the basics of mathematics to the citizens of the city who were willing to come. The Senate was willing to endorse them and encourage the people to actively participate. This way, over time, they could cultivate a large number of mathematics enthusiasts for the Pythagorean school. Naturally, the Pythagorean school would also be able to take root in Amendolara. The two young and energetic disciples did not want to return to Tarentum with their tails between their legs. After thinking about it again and again, they finally decided to break the tradition of the Pythagorean school and hold public lectures. After getting their agreement, the Devers was overjoyed and immediately invited the two to participate in the design and manufacture of the water wheel. In his previous life, the Devers were a common sight in the water villages of southern China. Water wheels were everywhere, and seemed like something that could be easily made. However, after the Devers asked the supervisor Alexis to lead a carpenter to try it out, they found that it was not easy. Either the support frame collapsed due to uneven forces, or the angle of the wheel's axle was different, causing the rotation to be sluggish, etc. The small water wheel was actually related to the more precise calculation of mathematics and the application of mechanics. In this era, mathematicians were often proficient in physics. Because the two were closely related, Devers had no choice but to ask the two young disciples of the Pythagorean school for help. When he took out a simple picture of the water wheel and explained its purpose, the two were instantly attracted. After careful observation, they felt that it was a perfect example of the god of mathematics helping humans to live a better life, completely ignoring that it was the Devers' idea. In addition, under the leadership of Urchita, the Pythagorean school of Tarentum had been involved in the research of mathematical mechanics for a few years. It just so happened that they could apply what they had learned, so the two immediately expressed their willingness to help develop the water wheel. Today, while Mentodicus was lecturing on the stage, Martichores had already started building the water wheel by the Shinny River. Even though Mentodicus was a little anxious, he still tried his best to calm down and finished his lecture. After patiently answering the enthusiastic questions of the people, he hurried down the mountain. Chapter 136. The people watching from the sidelines cheered, while the Lucanian slaves who were involved in digging the canals and setting up the water wheel were dumbfounded, wondering if it was the work of the gods. "Lord Devers, Zeus has blessed us. This is amazing. This is great. With this water wheel, Amendalar will have an additional 300 acres of good farmland." Cornelius was excited. Not only will there be more farmland, but it will also be more convenient for the people to use water in the future. Scambras seemed very happy as well. "Everyone, this is not the blessing of Zeus. We have to thank Lord Devers for this. The water wheel was personally designed and provided by Lord Devers. If there is really a blessing from the gods, it must be Hades." Marigi's blunt words made Cornelius and the others feel slightly awkward. The Devers did not stop Marigi's rudeness, nor did he express humility. He needed to let these old citizens understand that under his control, Amendalar would bid farewell to the past and shine brightly. The cheers of the people were in stark contrast to the discomfort of the old citizens. At this moment, the assists rushed over to tell him that Izam was back. The Devers immediately handed over the task of hosting the celebration to Cornelius. Cornelius took over the glorious task with a complicated expression. The Devers hurried back to their house with the assists. Izam was covered in dust. His face was dirty, and his long hair was unkempt. He wore a tattered Lucanian leather robe and was barefoot. Standing in front of the Devers could hardly recognize him. It turned out that when Izam returned to the city, he did not go home first. Instead, he went straight to the Devers. As a superior, the Devers could not but show some concern for Izam's zeal in his work. So he asked the slave girl to take Izam to be bathed, to have his hair cut, to trim his beard — the Greeks, unlike the Romans, wore beards — and to prepare a sumptuous lunch, over which he invited Izam to talk. Under the relaxed atmosphere created by the Devers, and after drinking a few glasses of wine, Izam gradually relaxed. "Master Devers, Izam burped and said, "I followed your orders and disguised myself. I crossed the mountain path to the west of the Subari Plains and went to Laos first. It's located at the mouth of the river known as the Ra River. The city isn't big, but it's a stone city. It also has a port, so it's not too heavily guarded. I snuck in and worked at the docks, moving goods every day. That's how I got to know a few of the dock slaves. Can you guess who they are? They should be Greeks." The Devers was not surprised. The Lucanians had invaded the Turii region many times, and many Greeks had been abducted. But Izam's answer did surprise him. To be precise, they are the descendants of the Subaris people. Laos was built by the Subaris people. According to them, the Subaris people built Laos to be a transit port for Subaris to trade with Neapolis, Etruria, and Messenia. That's why Laos was very prosperous at that time. But after Subaris was destroyed, Laos had no backup, so it was quickly taken over by Nudum. Oh, I see. The Devers was indeed surprised. He asked, so the original Subaris people became slaves? How many Greek slaves does Laos have now? I don't know how many Greek slaves there are, but when the Lucanians attacked Laos, some Greeks surrendered and joined the Lucanians. One of the leaders of Laos, Avenogis, is a descendant of these people. The tribe he leads is also the descendants of the Subaris people. The Lucanians think that they are not pure-blooded Lucanians, so they don't trust them very much. They often insult and suppress them. Although the Greek slaves despise these people and think that it was their betrayal that led to the fall of Laos, they don't hate Avenogis too much. Most of them think that he is a good man because he often helps them. Ism drank a few more mouthfuls of wine and said excitedly, now the city of Laos is not stable, because some of the Lucanians led by the great leader of Laos, Tula, only let his tribe stay and did not participate in the invasion of Turiai in order to prevent Avenogis from sharing the spoils of war. I didn't expect you to lead us to almost destroy all the Lucanians who invaded Turiai. The great leader of Laos, Tula, only fled back to the city with a few dozen warriors, and Avenogis became the strongest leader in Laos. Can you guess what happened, my lord? Ism seemed to be a little drunk and did not pay attention to his words, but the Devers did not care. He thought of something and said, the great leader of the extortion wanted to annex Avenogis' tribe. Ism patted the wooden chair and said, my lord, you are so amazing. You guessed it right. He grabbed a piece of bread, tore a large piece, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed. Assists raised his eyebrows and was about to reprimand him, but the Devers waved his hand to stop him. I heard from the slaves at the docks that Tula once invited Avenogis to a banquet. I don't know what happened, but when he came back, several of his guards were seen injured. From that day on, Avenogis hid at home and never went to the city to discuss business. When I walked around his house, there were soldiers patrolling the area with weapons in their hands. They said that Avenogis did not resist because he was observing the situation in Nudum. Nudum? The Devers listened carefully. Yes, my lord. Ism scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I was going to go north and go deep into the hinterland of Lucaria to explore, but Nudum controls the passage to the north upstream of the Raw River. It is now heavily guarded, and strangers cannot pass through. Laos was originally under Nudum's command, but this time Nudum's warriors died in battle. I heard that Nudum's great leader, Eudora, died in our hands, and their strength has been greatly reduced. Speaking of this, Ism was a little proud. The few leaders in Nudum are busy fighting for the position of great leader, and I heard that they almost fought. As Ism spoke, he subconsciously raised his wine glass, but found that it was empty. The Devers got up and filled it for him. Ism sat still and only thanked them. The Devers did not mind and continued to listen to him. My lord, I remember that after we annihilated the main force of the Lucanian alliance, we rushed to their camp. Didn't we see that the camp had been burned to ashes and there were many corpses? At that time, everyone speculated that it was caused by internal strife among the Lucanians. I now know who did it. Who? The Devers leaned forward to express his concern. The people of Whig. My lord! My lord! Whig City is south of Laos, not too far from Laos. It is the city of the Brudi. But because of the strength of the Lucanians, it was forced to join the Lucaria alliance. But because it is an outsider, may be often bullied, so… the Brudi. The Devers rubbed his chin. He knew even less about this native race that was also a neighbor of the tourists. He only knew that because of geographical reasons, they did not pose much of a threat to the tourists, but they were a big problem to the Greek city-states in the south. I heard that after the people of Whig escaped, they announced that they were leaving the Lucaria alliance. They also built walls and sent many warriors to patrol the border, blocking the passage of Laos to the south. Speaking of this, Ism raised his head and drank a few more mouthfuls of wine. You only know how to drink. After saying so much, do you have any news about the Grimentum? Assist said impatiently. Ism went to the unfamiliar Lucania alone to investigate. He suffered a lot and brought back valuable information. It's nothing to drink, but you can't just drink. Eat more fruits. It's good for your health, the Devers said with concern. Yes, Ism responded gratefully. He immediately put down the wine glass and coughed a few times. He then said in a serious tone, although I did not go to the Grimentum city to investigate, I still got some accurate information about him. Hearing this, the Devers and Assists immediately became alert. After all, the Grimentum was the main culprit of the previous war. It was also the leader of the Lucaria alliance. Its every move was related to the Devers' plan of attack. Picassus is another port city in Lucania municipality. It is a powerful city in the Lucaria alliance that is second only to the Grimentum. I heard that it is also a stone city. Ism did not mention the Grimentum first. Instead, he changed the topic to Picassus, a stone city. When the Devers heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Based on his understanding over the past half a year, the Greeks liked to build their cities with stone, while the mountain tribes mostly built their cities with wood. With the precedent of Laos and the fact that it was a port city, he could not help but suspect that Picassus was also taken from the Greeks by the Lucaria. Chapter 137. Since you said that Ninath is Picassus's man, why would he fight for the position of Grimentum's great leader? Assists asked, puzzled. Why, Zam purposely kept them in suspense, and now he grinned, because Acapara married his daughter to Ninath in order to make Picassus his ally. Therefore, Grimentum and Picassus's great leader became relatives, and Ninath became Acapiru's son-in-law. I heard that Sinsing even bribed a few leaders in Grimentum city so that Ninath could get the support of some of the tribes in Grimentum. Lazo had no choice but to seek help from another powerful tribe in Lucania, the Union Potentia. Sinsing also asked Potentia for arbitration, but Potentia did not respond. Now, both sides are gathering their troops, and the merchants and sailors say that a war could break out in Grimentum at any time to decide who is the great leader of Grimentum. Deves did not expect that a war of annihilation would not only split the Lucania Union, but also change the power structure of the Lucania region. Now, there were undercurrents everywhere, and it was a great opportunity for Amendola. Can you draw a map of Lucania? Devers asked urgently. Before Zam left, he had repeatedly reminded him. Yes, Zam said with certainty. So, the three of them went to the courtyard of the house. Zam used a wooden stick to draw on the ground. An assist stood at the side with a parchment and a pen. When Zam was done, he would draw the map on the paper. Devers looked at the map carefully while listening to Zam's explanation. He realized that the mountain road to the west of Turiai did not lead directly to Laos, but between Laos and Nayudum. Laos City was at the mouth of the Ra River, guarding the land passage from Brudi to Lucania, while Brudi City's Vigo City was the barrier for Brudi to prevent Lucania from invading. Compared to Laos, Nayudum was more important to Amendola, as it guarded the passage to Lucania City to the north. Only after Amendola occupied Nayudum would Amendola have many options to further occupy Lucania City. Zam, the information you brought is very important. You have made a great contribution to the city. I've decided to set up a reconnaissance team, and you'll be the team leader. For now, there will only be 20 people. You can pick from each team, and if anyone refuses to release them, tell them to come find me. While Divers praised him, he immediately fulfilled the promise he had made before. Thank you, Your Excellency. Zam was so excited that he almost jumped. You should go back quickly. You haven't been home for more than 10 days. Your wife must miss you very much. By the way, there's a water wheel built by the Shinny River. It can bring water to your field. You don't have to worry about carrying water anymore." "That's great." Zam was so happy that he was about to leave. "Wait." Dever stopped him and asked a slave to bring 2 large jars of wine. "Since you like wine so much, take it back and enjoy it slowly." Zam thanked them again, then carried one in each hand and happily went home. "Your Excellency, this kid is too rude." Assists was dissatisfied with Zam's behavior in the living room. "He's still a dukya." Dever smiled. "Yasi, don't pay too much attention to these superficial things. The key is here and here." Devers pointed to his chest and head and said, Zam has completed the task I gave him. It's not easy. He's a talented young man. As long as he's talented and not a bad person, we should use him, right?" "Yes, Your Excellency. Now that you know the situation in Lucania City, how should we attack it? Go back and think about it. Come back tomorrow and we'll discuss it." After breakfast, Kunigarada suddenly felt uncomfortable in his chest. He had to let a slave help him to go to the hospital in Amendalar. The hospital was also located in the lower part of Amendalar because it was a mountain city. There were upper and lower levels, near the city gate. It was said that in order to support the development of the hospital, the Archon Devers specially approved 2 empty houses next to each other for helps, and the others to establish the hospital. Kunigarada had heard of the excellent medical skills of the Devers mercenary doctors in Turin, but when he arrived at the hospital, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. There were hundreds of patients lining up from the gate to the foot of the mountain. It even affected the entrance and exit of the city. The people of Amendalar saw a business opportunity. They set up stalls near the hospital, selling food, water, wooden chairs, hats, and so on. It actually formed a small and lively market. Censor Antonios had reported this to the Devers. Other than sending more patrols to maintain order, the Devers could do nothing for the time being. He could only order Supervisor Alexis to build a large hospital next to the warehouse hotel and move the hospital out to restore traffic in the city. The loyal slave had to first rent a wooden chair and let Kunigarada sit down. He went to find the doctor to see if he could be given priority. Unexpectedly, when he reached the door, he was stopped by the patrol who was in charge of maintaining order. After knowing the situation, he expressed his helplessness and said, "There are many patients here who are more serious than your master. They also line up here in order. Unless their lives are in danger, they can only line up outside." The slave had no choice but to take a number plate and return to Kunigarada's side. Unexpectedly, other than the people of Amendora, the patients of Amendora Hospital mainly came from Tali and Heraclea. The Tali among the patients recognized Kunigarada, who was sitting next to him, and began to shout insults at him. For a moment, the scene was a little chaotic, and even the sentries at the city gate were attracted. Kunigarada was filled with anger. He simply did not see the doctor and went straight home. However, at night he began to feel a slight pain in his chest and did not sleep well that night. He had no choice but to rush to the hospital the next morning, only to find that the entrance of the hospital was deserted. He asked the nurse in charge and found out that the Devers would be giving a lecture to the doctors in the morning. In order to let them focus on their study and discussion, they would not be seeing patients that day. As the lectures of the doctors were not as public as those of the disciples of the Pythagorean school, it was only open to the doctors and nurses. Therefore, Kunigarada could not enter and could only blame it on his bad luck. When he returned home at noon, not only did Kunigarada feel a pain in his chest, but he also had difficulty breathing. He could not get out of bed. His son, Sostatus, had no choice but to force his way into the hall of the doctors. The Devers, who were watching the doctors having a heated discussion and exchanging their views on treatment, were shocked when they heard this. They immediately sent Helps to Kunigarada's house to treat him. Helps asked about Kunigarada's condition in detail and did a physical examination. In the end, he concluded that Kunigarada's ribs had been fractured after he was beaten up, but it was not treated. After coming to Amendora, he did not rest well and when hiking, causing his sternum to be fractured. The fractured ribs pierced his lungs and caused Kunigarada's current condition. With the diagnosis, Helps treated him. Kunigarada's condition began to improve, and he praised Helps's excellent medical skills. At this time, the Devers in the hospital discovered some problems with the newly established hospital through Kunigarada's difficulty in seeing a doctor. First of all, although the hospital's reputation had spread and brought about some economic benefits, it was harder for Amendora citizens to see a doctor because there were more foreign patients. This should not be the case, as it did not reflect the sense of superiority of Amendora citizens. Fortunately, they discovered this in time. Otherwise, as time passed, the citizens would accumulate resentment, and this resentment would be vented on the Devers. After all, he was the one who initiated the establishment of the hospital, and he was the nominal teacher of the doctors. Therefore, it was necessary to establish a special channel for Amendora citizens in the hospital. Regardless of the severity of the illness, Amendora citizens had to be treated first. Priority treatment. This was to let the patients of other cities see the privileges of being a citizen of Amendora, and let them know the happiness of being a citizen of Amendora. Secondly, during the medical lectures, doctors had to stay in the hospital to deal with emergency patients. Furthermore, the medical lectures could not be too frequent, lest it affect the normal diagnosis and treatment. Thirdly, regarding the problem of having too many patients to see in a day, the Devers felt that it was actually a good thing, as it could increase the income of the hotels and other industries in Amendora. However, the hospital's reputation would indeed be affected if serious patients could not be treated in time. The best and only solution was to increase the number of doctors. There were currently 6 doctors in Amendola Hospital, and it took time to train a good doctor, excluding witch doctors and wandering doctors. It was impossible for Amendola to train a new doctor in such a short period of time, so they could only poach doctors from other city-states. As the reputation of the hospital continued to expand, doctors from other cities would naturally be attracted to learn from them. Therefore, they could pass a proposal in the Senate that the hospital would accept the foreign doctors who were willing to stay in Amendora as official students. They would have access to all medical theories, medical records, and research content, and the city would immediately grant them Amendora's citizenship. They could also consider extending this citizenship to the teachers. Doctors and teachers were both high-quality talents in this era, and they were indispensable for the survival and development of a city. However, Amendora lacked both, especially teachers. Chapter 138. A few days later, Kunigarada, who was recuperating in bed, heard something. Some of the slaves in the Turiai stone mine had rioted, defeated the guards guarding them, and escaped from Turiai. Some of the slaves even fled to Amendola to ask for protection, and the Turiai emissaries arrived shortly after, asking Amendola to send the slaves back. At this moment, in the Senate of Amendola, the Turiai emissary and the representative of the escaped slaves were glaring at each other. It was the new Turiai general. If Kunigarada was here, he would definitely recognize him as one of the main instigators who incited the Turiai to expel him. At this moment, he faced the senators of Amendola and loudly rebuked. Amendola is an ally of Turiai. Is this how you treat an emissary of an ally? Letting a lowly slave stand together with a noble Turiai general is an insult to the Turiai. If Amendola does not respond kindly to the Turiai's request, the Turiai will reconsider their alliance with Amendola. As soon as this was said, the senators sitting on the wooden chairs in the hall were in an uproar. At this moment, the censor Antonios stood up and said, "Dear Turiai emissary, we have yet to discuss the Turiai's request. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to walk to the center of the hall as soon as you entered. I forgot to remind you that your seat is here." Antonios pointed to a seat at the side of the hall. I think the noble emissary from Turiai should know the diplomatic etiquette of the city-state better than us. Without permission, foreign emissaries should remain silent. The senators roared with laughter. Plazines wasn't embarrassed at all. He pointed at the slave and continued to say loudly, "I've never heard of a slave being allowed to sit in when a city-state is discussing a major issue." The Senate of the city of Amendola is such a sacred place. How could it be desecrated by a lowly slave? This is because, as the representative of the slaves who escaped to Amandara, his request concerns Amandara and Turiai. I think it is necessary to ask him to state his request again, so that we, the nobles, can have a fair discussion and judge whether his request is reasonable or not. Well then, esteemed Turiai emissary, are you prepared to stand there and prevent us from starting our meeting? Devers, who was sitting in the middle of the hall, spoke in a calm and dignified tone, causing Pleasanath to sulkily sit in his seat. Slave, you can now state your request. The rotating chairman of the Senate, the city's governor, Cornelis, said loudly. The slave respectfully saluted and said, Respected lords, my name is Aristocrati. First of all, I want to say that I was not born lowly. My father was a nobleman from Cyrenaica who mainly dealt in Sylphian grass. He had hundreds of slaves and a large farm. 8 years ago, my father took me to the Olympia to watch the games. During the voyage, we encountered pirates. My father was killed. I was sold to Turiai. Aristocrati took a deep breath and suppressed the surging sadness in his heart. He continued, Although I encountered misfortune, I did not complain too much. Perhaps it was the punishment of the gods. In Turiai, I did my best to complete the tasks given by my master and never slacked, until 2 months ago when the city-state gathered us and brought us to the mercenary camp. My lord, you stood in front of us and called us to fight for Turiai. Aristocrati respectfully saluted the Devers again. You also said, As long as we win, we will be free. For freedom, we, who had never held a weapon before, picked up a weapon. For freedom, we, who had never killed before, fought against the ferocious Lucanians. It was these ferocious Lucanians who defeated Turiai, but freedom made us fearless. We fought bravely, and when we won the war there were more than 2,000 slaves left. Aristocrati gently sniffled, causing the new citizens to fall into a trance. It was as if they were in the midst of a fierce battle with a slim chance of survival. We waited for the exciting moment to come, but what we got was cold swords and spears. Turiai was saved, and we were brought back to the dark and damp mine to continue carrying the heavy ore. We protested, but what we received was only beatings and fasting. Just as we were in despair, we heard a piece of news. The mercenaries and slaves who had fought alongside us had now become free citizens, and they might even become citizens of the city in the future. Why did the same slaves who fought for Turiai end up with 2 completely different outcomes? Unwilling to give up, we attacked the guards of the mine and escaped here. I want to ask you, my lord, is the oath you made in the name of the gods still valid? Aristocrati's emotional narration moved the elders present, and for a moment the hall was silent. Only Plesinus shouted, He's lying. They are not the slaves who participated in the battle at all. Antonios immediately stood up and said, As for whether they are slaves who participated in the battle, we have a way to verify this question. Because the free people of the city-state have fought with them for a night and a day, they're more familiar with them. I have asked them to go to the slave prison to identify them, and I request to let the representatives of the free people enter the Senate to testify. Agreed. Agreed. The elders agreed, and Pliasinus's objections were completely drowned out. Taking advantage of this free time, the Devers looked with interest at Aristocrati, who had a thick beard, a few scars on his face, dark skin, and a somewhat stooped figure, and asked, What you asked me just now, I will answer you in a moment. From what you said just now, it seems like you have received a good education. Why did you become a mining slave? A well-educated slave like Aristocrati would usually fetch a high price, and he would never be too wasteful to do the dirty and hard work that only ordinary slaves would do. Aristocrati smiled bitterly. I was bought by a wealthy Turiai merchant to help him manage his vineyard and winery. I did a good job and won his trust. He even said that he would give me freedom. Unfortunately, he died of illness. His wife soon married again, and my new master gave me to the city-state of Turiai for free. At that time, the city-state was lacking mining slaves, so they took me. There must be some complicated inside story behind this, but seeing Aristocrates' calm face, it was obvious that he had already gotten over it. Divers said in admiration, "I don't think the gods are punishing you, but training you." When Aristocrates heard this, he suddenly became excited. It was obvious that he had heard something from the Dever's words. At this moment, the representatives of the free people entered the hall. After swearing to the gods, they gave the answer. These escaped slaves had indeed participated in the battle. Plesinus did not accept this. He stood up and retorted, "It is common for a city-state to let slaves participate in battles. For example, Sparta often let helots fight with them, and they won countless victories. Did Sparta let helots free? Obviously not. Based on the many years of friendship between Turiai and Amendalar, as well as the busy trade during this period, I don't think the Devers would make such a promise. This slave is obviously lying. Returning lost property to the owner is a virtue of the Greeks. I once again request the Senate of Amendalar to return these slaves that originally belonged to Turiai to Turiai." Aristocrates' expression changed slightly, and he looked at the Devers. Divers, on the other hand, looked at the arrogant and tough Plesinus and sneered in his heart. This Turi man was actually threatening me and Amendalara in a subtle way. He stood up and said to Aristocrates with a serious expression, "What you asked me just now, I can answer you. I am the Devers. Amendalar is the life consul, and the promise I made is like the raging fire of hell that will never be extinguished. That's right. I promise to give you freedom after the battle is won. Because you are Turiai slaves, I asked Bucos to be my witness, and I asked him to write my promise on a piece of paper and rush back to the Turiai city for the generals to sign. Before the battle started, when Bucos came to persuade us to return, I once again reiterated my promise to Bucos, but I did not expect that you were still shackled to this day." The Devers' expression was sorrowful, and he said loudly, "You saved Turiai. Turiai owes you. You helped the mercenaries. Amendalar owes you too. I ask the Turiai emissaries, please give them freedom." As soon as the Devers' voice fell, the senators shouted in unison, "Give them freedom. Since you have sworn to God, you should give these poor and respectable slaves freedom. Turiai!" Plesinus looked flustered, and he said shamelessly, "Turiai has never seen an agreement to give them freedom. I have never seen it either. Lord Devers, you must have remembered wrongly. Yes, you must have remembered wrongly." Chapter 139. The Devers took out a roll of sandpaper from his pocket and sneered, "The tourists are really forgetful. Fortunately, I still have one here." As he spoke, he handed the roll over. The senators passed it around and saw that the Devers had promised to give freedom to the slaves. There was also the signature of Bucos as a witness, as well as the signatures of the two tourist generals, Cunigarata and Niansis. At that time, in order to prevent the mercenaries from leaving the Zabari plain and hold the camp, the tourist generals tried their best to agree to any conditions. Based on their experience, it would be difficult for the mercenaries to hold the camp for a long time. As long as they could whittle down the Lacanians, they would do so. Losing more than 2,000 slaves was like throwing a meat bun at a dog. They did not expect the mercenaries to take the initiative to attack the enemy and even win. Now that Niansis, who was known for his meticulousness, was in power, of course, he would not be willing to turn more than 1,000 slaves into free people. There was another important point. If these slaves were turned into free people, what about the other miners? They would definitely have some ideas. Don't forget that there were 8,000 to 9,000 slaves mining. If there was a commotion with the current number of tourists, it would be difficult to deal with it. Not to mention that there were still a group of free people at the port who were still arguing with the tourists about their citizenship. So when the roll was passed to Plesinus, he did not even look at it. He bit the bullet and tore the roll into pieces with his hands. "This is fake! This is fake!" This shameless act immediately angered everyone present. The hot-tempered Scambras was the first to rush over. He grabbed Plazines and gave him a punch, cursing, "I told you to tear it! I told you to tear it! Untrustworthy tourists! Tourists who should go to hell!" One punch, two punches. If the others did not pull Scambras away in time, Plazines would have lost his mind. At this moment he shouted in fear, "Murder! Murder! Is Amendeleur going to war with the tourists? Get him out of Amendeleur. Don't forget to give him the silver coins that were supposed to be used to redeem the slaves who escaped to Amendeleur. That way, Tullidge won't accuse us of stealing their property," Divers said in disgust. "Yes," Mercis replied with a bitter face. "However, we might not have enough money." Devers thought for a moment and said, "Then let's write an IOU in the name of the Senate of Amendola. We'll pay it back when we have the money. But if that's the case, I'm afraid that the other slaves who participated in the war will run to Amandara." Cornelis reminded, "Then let them come. They helped us win the war against the Lucanians and paid with their blood and lives. By the just Hades, I hope that we can fulfill our oath to him," the Devers said solemnly. "The tourists have it easy," Mercies said indignantly. "The gods will always punish those who break their oath," the Devers said calmly. He turned to Aristocratic, who was shocked by the scene just now, and said, "Now you are free. You can go wherever you want." Aristocratic did not expect the result they wanted to get so quickly. He was so excited that his body trembled. "Thank you, sir. We are willing to stay in Amendeleur, and I'm willing to repay the money that Amendeleur paid for our freedom." Devers looked at him. Seeing his sincerity, he nodded with approval. "Good." When Plazines returned to the tourists, he naturally spread the news of Amendeleur's evil deeds to incite the anger of the people. Amendeleur, of course, had their own countermeasures. They used the mouths of the tourist patients who came to Amendeleur to spread the news of what happened in the Senate among the tourists. For a moment, the tourists could not tell the truth of the two versions of the story. However, the tourist city hall quickly took action. They strongly demanded that Amendeleur return the fugitive slaves immediately. Otherwise, Amendeleur would break the alliance, and the tourists would not sit idly by. Amendeleur refused in the Senate and reminded the tourists that they should fulfill the promise they made in the beginning and give the tourists' benefactors, the slaves who participated in the war, freedom. The tourists then announced that the people of the city were forbidden to go to Amendeleur. Foreign merchants who went to Amendeleur would be charged a heavy tax when they came to tourists to trade. Since Amendeleur's warehouse was not built yet, there were almost no merchants who went to Amendeleur. Instead, there were many foreign patients, which had little impact on Amendeleur's already negligible trade. However, Amendeleur still took action. They arranged for the military training of the citizen soldiers to be held by the Saraceno River. It was a big event, and it made the tourists and slaves who farmed on the Sabari plain nervous. Other than protesting to Amendeleur, the tourist city hall did not take any further action. Suddenly, there was silence on both sides. The Devers did not want to ruin the relationship with the tourists, but he had to make a choice. If he chose tourists, it would be beneficial to his future plan to attack Lucania, but he would have to break the promise he had made before. If he chose to free the slaves, he would fulfill his promise, but he might jeopardize the alliance with the tourists. The Devers believed that if he broke the alliance with the tourists, he could make up for it in the future. However, if he broke the promise, it would leave a bad impression on the Greeks, even if it was only for the slaves. Keeping his promise was related to his integrity, but it was also related to the integrity of Amendeleur. That was because many of the new laws that Amendeleur enacted now relied on the trust of the people and outsiders to be implemented. They had to believe that Amendeleur would keep its promises no matter what. That was the foundation of Amendeleur's establishment. Just when the relationship between Amendeleur and the tourists was in a stalemate, a guest came to the city of Taris, the messenger of Crotone. At the end of June, the Senate of Amendeleur held a meeting to discuss holding a selection competition to select athletes to participate in the Isthmian Games, which would be held the following summer after the Olympia. This was one of the 4 most famous games in the Pan-Hellenic world. Although it was not as old as the Olympia, it was still highly regarded. The Devers and the Senate hoped that the athletes would show the new Amendaler to the Greek city-states. The Devers even considered going to Corinth with the selected athletes because Corinth was the site of the Isthmian Games. In his previous life, he had neither the money nor the time to watch the Olympic Games live. But in this era, he could be a VIP and enjoy the most authentic, classic games. Just when the senators were discussing how to hold the selection competition, a shocking news came. Something big had happened in the city of Turris. It turned out that the messenger of Crotone had come to Turris to denounce them. He claimed that Turris had violated the agreement they signed with Crotone by building a city on the site of Sybaris. Neonsith and the others quickly explained. Because of the Lacanians' attack, Turris had no choice but to let the mercenaries build a temporary camp there, which they quickly withdrew. But the messenger of Crotone refused to accept this reason, insisting that Turris had violated the agreement. If they did not want to cause serious consequences to the relationship between the two countries, they must pay compensation for their actions. In fact, the real reason why the messenger wanted to denounce Turris was that after the war between Crotone and the Bruttii ended, their national treasury had consumed a lot of money and resources. Someone in the city-state council made such a suggestion. Moreover, the power of Turris had greatly weakened, so the people of Crotone believed that Turris would not risk offending a powerful country like Crotone and reject Crotone's request. At most, they would argue over the amount of compensation, but that would be negotiable. So the messenger of Crotone came up with a huge list of compensation. When the generals of Turris saw the list, they immediately understood. Crotone was not here to denounce them, but to blackmail them. Suddenly, the generals started arguing, especially after Neonsith became the chief general. Although he looked at the problem more comprehensively, his calculative nature did not change. He did not care about his relationship with Amendola, but he did not want thousands of city-state slaves to become free people. Naturally, he was not willing to accept Crotone's blackmail. So he said to the messenger, "The Turris Council needs to discuss this matter together before we can give Crotone an answer." After the messenger left, he immediately asked Plazinas to secretly inform the people of this matter and incite them to protest at the hotel where the messenger was staying. Neonsith's purpose was, first, to let the messenger see the anger and determination of the people of Turris, creating conditions for the next negotiation. Second, even if the compensation agreement was signed in the future, it would reduce the people's criticism of the city hall. Neonsith's plan was very clever, but he never expected that after the expulsion of Kinigarada, the people of Turris had become even crazier and more irrational. Moreover, under the influence of people with ulterior motives, it was not something that Plazinas could control. These people with ulterior motives were the descendants of the people of Sybaris. 100 years ago, Crotone defeated Sybaris and destroyed the city. After a few years, the people of Sybaris who lost their homes rebuilt the city and soon made it prosperous again. When Crotone knew about this, he once again sent troops to attack Sybaris and completely destroyed the city. The exiled people of Sybaris had no choice but to seek help from the Greek city-states. Finally, Pericles of Athens responded to their request and called on all Greeks to rebuild Sybaris. Therefore, the elites of Athens and immigrants from all over the country swarmed to the city and built Turris on the Sabari plain. However, not long after, the people of Sybaris had a conflict with the people of Athens and other immigrants because the people of Sybaris wanted the people of Turris to become the Turris of Sybaris. Of course, this was not accepted by the other immigrants. In the end, there was a bloody conflict and the people of Sybaris were expelled. However, the people of Sybaris were after all the local tyrants, so a small number of them secretly stayed behind. In the hearts of these people, Crotone was the enemy who destroyed their home and reduced them to this state. They passed on this hatred, and when the opportunity presented itself, the descendants of the people of Sybaris would not let it go. Chapter 140. After an urgent discussion with the council, The panicking generals decided to send an emissary to Crotone to apologize and was willing to pay any compensation. When the news reached Amendola, the Devers and elders were shocked. After all, the emissary represented the city itself. Killing an emissary was taboo because it could mean war. Amendola immediately cancelled his plan to participate in the Isthmian tournament and began to pay close attention to the development of the situation. "Father, it's great. The tourists are going to be punished by the gods." So Status ran into the backyard excitedly. Kunigarata, who was lying on his bed and recovering from his injuries in the sun, was not as excited as his eldest son. The former chief general of Turi had a worried look on his face as he lamented, "I've said it before. I told you that Niantius would harm the tourists." When the tourists' emissary rushed to Crotone, the generals of Crotone had already received the news through the merchant ships. They listened to the emissary coldly and ignored the tourists' offer of any compensation. They only said, "We can go to tourists and take as much as we want." Crotone had tolerated the tourists for a long time. Since the defeat of Sybaris 100 years ago, Crotone's power had been growing day by day and had become a major power in Greece. However, due to the power of Athens, they had to allow the tourists to build a city. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation for Crotone, who was used to being domineering in southern Italy. After this incident, they could settle old and new debts together and make up for the emptiness of the national treasury. It was killing two birds with one stone. On the same day, the Crotone Assembly successfully passed a resolution to declare war on the tourists and mobilize the citizens for war. On the morning of the third day, 7,000 strong militiamen were gathered. Asprostem and Silatina also sent 3,000 militiamen to join them. Trine had just experienced a war and faced the Brudi directly, so they only sent 30 cavalrymen. Corunna also expressed its willingness to join the war, but was politely rejected by Crotone. To the south of Corunna was the Rockley alliance. Rockley and Crotone had been enemies for a long time. Corunna was an important barrier to the south of Crotone and could not be lost. For days later, after offering sacrifices at the Temple of Apollo in Crotone and receiving good fortune by divination, Melentius, one of the 10 generals, led 10,000 troops and marched toward the Crotone. The war finally broke out between Crotone and Turis. After receiving the news that Crotone's army was marching towards Tilii, Niantius was extremely anxious. Under the reminder of his colleagues, he proposed to the council to hold an emergency meeting. But when they heard that the army of 10,000 troops of Crotone, Niantius, Crotone, Nisius. At the meeting, he spoke passionately about the failure of the Turis' attempt at peace and told them the echo of the Crotone, which immediately aroused the indignation of many citizens. One must know that although Croton's troops were lesser than the Lucania tribes, they were genuine Greek heavy infantry. Furthermore, Croton's militia had always been known for their fighting prowess. Although the number of Crotone's army was smaller than that of the Lucanian alliance, it was a real Greek heavy infantry, and the militia of Crotone had always been known for their strong fighting ability. At this time, Polyphes, the owner of the vineyard, shouted, "We should send another messenger to ask for peace from Crotone and agree to any of their demands." Polyphes, the general, stood up and said, "We can't come up with more money unless we impose an extra special war tax on the citizens." Hearing that there was a tax, the meeting fell into silence again. In the end, the citizens who had been devastated by the war and were already afraid of war compromised. They reluctantly said that in order to avoid another war in Turis, they would agree to the tax request of the town hall. But they were afraid that even this would not be enough to satisfy the appetite of Crotone. "We have to try it first." Polyphes raised his arms and shouted, "Money can be earned back, but it's too late to regret when you lose your loved ones." The motion was approved, and Niantius breathed a sigh of relief. "Why don't we go to Tarentum and ask it to help us negotiate with Crotone?" Since Tarentum advocated the establishment of the Greek Defense Alliance, it must not want war between the cities. Another person stood up and said, "And with Tarentum's strength, Crotone will definitely be hesitant, and a truce is more likely." "That's a good idea, Enanilus," Neantius praised. As the owner of the largest shipyard in Turris, Enanilus was not someone who could be easily offended, so Neantius nodded and said, "Thank you for reminding me. We will immediately send someone to Tarentum to ask for help." Even if there is a possibility of a truce, we have to be prepared for failure. If Crotone insists on fighting, what should we do? Another person stood up and said. Neantius looked and saw that it was Ansitanos who was speaking. Although their relationship was strained because of Cunigarata, Neantius had to admit that Ansitanos' suggestion was very reasonable. So Neantius asked, "Dear Ansitanos, do you have any good suggestions?" "First of all, let our citizens be armed. Crotone has a large number of people, and we can't fight them head-on outside the city. The tall city wall will help us resist their attacks and wear down their morale." Many citizens agreed with Ansitanos' words. Yes, Turris's defense is strong, and the Lucanians couldn't do anything to us outside the city twice. And the same goes for Crotone. Ansitanos continued, secondly, Amendalar is our ally, and everyone knows how strong their soldiers are. We should ask for help from them. At the mention of Amendalar, Neantius felt as if he had swallowed a fly, but the people in the meeting all agreed. Ansitanos is right. We should ask for help from them. With them around, we can be at ease. I've already said that it's not worth it to ruin our relationship with Amendalar for a few slaves. I'm afraid it's not that easy to ask for help from them now. Neantius's face turned green and white when he heard these words. He was extremely embarrassed. He forced himself to be alert and said, "This is a good suggestion. Berks, you make the trip." Berks, who had always been mild-tempered, immediately refused. "I can't do it. Let the more capable Plesinus go." Hearing this, Plesinus lowered his head and did not speak. He knew that if he went, not only would he fail to ask for help, but he might also be beaten up. It was no wonder that Berks did not cooperate. He had urged the city hall to fulfill their promise and give freedom to the slaves. The city hall ignored his proposal, which led to a slave riot. Some of the slaves escaped to Amendalar. At this time, Berks, who was a general, thought that Amendalar would definitely refuse the request of the Turris. It would be better to fulfill their promise and give freedom to the slaves. This would also be a way to get on Amendalar's good side. Not only did Neantius and the other generals reject his proposal, but they also thought that with his relationship with the Devers, it would be difficult for him to ask for slaves from Amendalar. That was why they sent the tough Plesinus. What Borkos had just said was one of the exact words that Neansith had said when he rejected Borkos's request to go to Amendalara. Now, Borkos had used the exact same words against Neansith. One could only imagine the look on Neansith's face. At this moment, even though Neantius hated Berks, he could not help but beg, "Berks, this is a matter of life and death for the Turris. Other than you, no one else can complete this task. I hope you can go to Amendalar and ask the Devers to send reinforcements." Berks let out a sigh of relief. Under the pleas of the citizens, he simply nodded in agreement. Amendalar is a small city. There shouldn't be too many reinforcements. We still have to rely on ourselves. Ansitanos continued, "I suggest that we mobilize the free people to join the war and promise them citizenship. Of course, we have already made a promise before, but we did not fulfill it. This time, in order to gain their trust, as long as they agree to join the war, we will immediately give them citizenship." Ansitanos' suggestions made Neantius feel uncomfortable. Not only him, but the citizens who attended the meeting did not agree to this suggestion due to their personal interests. In the end, the answer that Ansitanos got was, "Let's discuss this again." While the Turris were holding the meeting, the Crotone army had marched for more than half a day and arrived outside the city of Cremissa. Cremissa was originally a colonial city of Sybaris. After Sybaris fell, it turned to the Crotone alliance. After the reconstruction of Turris and Athens, The agreement reached with the Crotone specifically mentioned that Castellan and Cremissa must remain neutral. Now, in front of the Crotone army, Cremissa did not hesitate to open the door to welcome them. It even took the initiative to send 1,000 people to join the Crotone army. Chapter 141. ACI. You've collected a lot of information on Crotone's commander, Melancius. Well done. The Devers praised. It's mainly because he's so famous in Crotone. As soon as our people arrived at the port, they could hear about him everywhere. The assist said, truthfully. The Devers nodded. I can see that this Melancius is a proud man. In such a battle that concerns the survival of the city-state, why would they send him as the commander of the army? The assists replied, maybe because Melancius has never lost a battle before. Besides, he's brave in battle and likes to attack quickly. Crotone must want to settle the battle with the tourists as soon as possible. They've also sent the older and more stable Timorez as their adjutant. I believe that will make Melancius more stable. Your analysis makes sense. The Devers pondered and asked, what are the characteristics of Crotone's citizen soldiers in battle? Crotone citizens are passionate about sports and have produced many famous athletes. In every 4 major games, there are always Crotone athletes who win the championship, especially in wrestling, boxing, and discus. Therefore, the citizens of several city-states have responded that their citizen soldiers are strong, aggressive, and agile in battle. The Devers rubbed his chin. In other words, their individual combat strength is very strong. What about their team? Do they often conduct military training? The assists laughed. Sir, not every city-state trains as frequently as Amendola, and the training is so intense. The time that the people of Crotone spend in the training field is much less than the time that they spend in the arena. Looks like you're not satisfied with our training. The Devers laughed too. How can that be? I love training the most, especially rugby. The assists immediately defended himself. Isn't rugby a sport? The Devers continued to pursue. After a burst of laughter, the assists asked, Sir, will the war between Crotone and the tourists affect us? It's impossible not to be affected. The Devers sighed. A weak neighbor is much safer than a new, powerful neighbor. At a critical moment, Amendola might have to help the tourists. The stupid tourists are always doing stupid things. It seems that the plan to attack Lucania will have to be postponed again. Sigh, things are really unpredictable. Buccos rushed to Amendola and asked the Devers for reinforcements. In the Senate, the senators had a heated debate. In general, the old senators such as Cornelis and Rafaelas were not in favor of sending reinforcements. They believed that the tourists brought the Crotone army on themselves. Moreover, Amendola and the tourists were in an alliance in name, but in reality the alliance was broken. There was no need for Amendola to offend a powerful city-state for a neighbor who kept giving it trouble. Moreover, the army sent by the Crotone looked very powerful. Even if the tourists joined forces with Amendola, the possibility of them defeating the Crotone was very small. The new senators such as Capus and Helos believed that the Crotone was currently powerful. Amendola should wait and see and make a decision based on the changes in the situation. The new senators such as Alexis and Antonios had a different view. They felt that tourists must be protected to ensure the safety of the surrounding environment of Amendola. The walls of the tourist city were high and thick. Amendola did not have to fight at all. All it had to do was help the tourists defend the city. As long as the Crotone attack was stopped, the Crotone would have to retreat in less than a month. After all, the food consumption of tens of thousands of soldiers per day was not a small amount. Alexis and Antonio's words were reserved, but Epicthenes said loudly without hesitation, "We would rather have the weak tourists as our neighbor than the powerful Crotone. That would make us uneasy day and night, unless Amendola joins the Crotone alliance. But are you willing?" If the tourist emissary Buccos heard this, he would probably be ashamed. However, Bucos was arranged to wait in the side hall of the Senate for the final decision. Epicthenes' words moved the senators, but after discussing for so long, the final decision was still made by the Devers. The Devers looked around and said solemnly, "You have all analyzed the situation very clearly, so I don't have to go into detail. What I want to say is that we have signed an alliance treaty with the Turris. This is a sacred treaty that was signed under the gaze of the gods. Previously, we mocked the Turris for going back on their word. Now that a greater danger is coming, can we keep our promise?" The Devers paused, seeing that some were ashamed and some were deep in thought. He raised his voice again and said, "Of course we can. We will prove to all the city-states in Greece that, as an ancient city-state with a long history, Amendola will uphold its promise no matter what difficulties it faces. It will protect the glory and traditions passed down by ancient heroes like Hercules, Theseus, and Aegialus." When the Devers found Bucos, they announced the Senate's decision. Amendola has decided to abide by the previous agreement and send reinforcements. Bucos' eyes were filled with tears. As the area north of Cromissa was flooded with rivers, swamps, and tidal flats, the march of the Crotone army was slowed down. It took them a day to reach Castellan. This city, which had once attached itself to the Crotone alliance after Sybaris was destroyed, also did not resist. Instead, it opened its gates wide and welcomed Melanchus into the city. In the city of Castellan, he saw the Taurus and Tarentum emissaries waiting there. In the face of the Taurus emissaries' pleas, he did not even have the patience to listen to them. He said impatiently, "The Crotone's saber has been unsheathed, and it will not be retracted until blood is spilled." Melanchus showed a little respect for the Tarentum emissaries, but he asked in return, "If a city-state violates the agreement and kills the Tarentum emissaries, what will the Tarentum do? Can some compensation in exchange for Tarentum's lost dignity?" The Tarentum emissary was speechless for a moment. Melanchus looked at him disdainfully and said with a firm expression, "So the Turris will definitely be punished." When night fell, the general of Tarentum was about to go to bed. A guard hurriedly came to report, "General, there are 2 people outside who want to see you. They say they have important information about the Turris to trade with you." "Important information about the Turris?" Melanchus was interested. "Bring them in quickly." 2 men dressed like sailors were escorted by the guards into Melanchus's bedroom, cowering. "Tell me, what important information do you want to trade with me?" Melanchus supported his head with one hand and lay on his side on the bed. He looked at the 2 men disdainfully. "If it's really valuable, I will consider your request." The 2 men looked at each other. One of them made up his mind and whispered, "Dear General, I am a free man of the Turris." Following the words of the sailor, Melanchus's eyes became brighter. He turned over and sat up, his face full of excitement. Although the Devers agreed to send reinforcements, they did not immediately summon the troops. After all, it was the Turris who asked for help. If Amendola rushed to help immediately, the world would only laugh at the naivety of the Devers. He agreed first to stabilize the morale of the Turris army and people, so that the Turris could be motivated to fight against the Crotone. However, he wanted to wait and see. First, he wanted to observe the battle between the 2 sides and understand the Crotone army. Second, reinforcements could only appear when the Turris needed it the most. Only then could he reduce the casualties of Amendola's soldiers, gain the gratitude of the Turris, and increase the chance of defeating the Crotone. After all, Amendola was not far from the Turris. It was only half a day's journey on foot. Amendola's response made Neonces breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, his heart was full of gratitude for Amendola, and he also felt a little remorseful for his extreme actions. When the Turris heard the news, their low morale began to rise, and they all praised Amendola. However, the constant news from the south made them anxious again. Crotone's army only took 2 days to reach Castellan. Cromissa and Castellan did not resist and took the initiative to welcome them. They even strengthened Crotone's army. More importantly, Crotone rejected Turris and Tarentum's request for peace. The bad news frightened Neonces. He cursed Crotone, Cremissa, and Castellan in his heart. At the same time, he sent Berks to Amandalera to urge them to send reinforcements as soon as possible. At the same time, he ordered the citizens to reorganize their armaments and strengthen their defenses. He even began to consider if he should carry out Ansitanos' suggestion and mobilize the free people to join the war. However, when the next day came, Crotone's army stationed outside Castellan did not move forward. They even sent someone to chase back the Turris' messenger, indicating that the peace request could be discussed. When the news reached Turris, the generals and the people were relieved. They then looked forward to the messenger bringing back the good news of a truce. In the afternoon, Melanchus announced that the Turris' messenger was not sincere in agreeing to Crotone's request. In fact, it was Melanchus who asked too much and refused to budge, and announced that the negotiations had broken down. He expelled the Turris' messenger and immediately ordered the army that had been prepared to march towards Turris. Chapter 142. The signal to attack rang through the skies above the city of Turin. The freedmen and slaves gathered at the docks in the north and south of the city received the signal and immediately rose in revolt. They took out their hidden weapons and attacked the defenders. The south of the city was located on the south bank of the Crati River. Initially, the citizens who went to the plains south of the Crati River would work late into the night. It was dangerous to cross the river at night, so they built some thatched huts to spend the night. Later on, it gradually developed into a village. Due to the occasional Briti crossing the mountains to plunder livestock and kill citizens, the city walls were built for safety. As a result, the south of the city was not large and there were not many guards. It was only in the past 2 days that they increased the number of guards. However, due to the false news of the truce, they let down their guard. The attacks of the freedmen left them panicked and unable to defend themselves. The Crotone soldiers crossed the moat and set up siege ladders without being attacked. They quickly occupied the top of the city, lowered the drawbridge, and opened the city gates. The Crotone army surged in and dispersed the defenders. They boarded ferries, cargo ships, and merchant ships in an orderly manner. The freedmen served as sailors and quickly sailed towards the north of the city. When the Turin generals heard that the Crotone army was approaching the city, before they could give the order, they heard the news of the freedmen rioting at the docks of the north and south of the city. All of them panicked. They hurriedly gathered the citizens to go to the docks to suppress the free citizens. The elderly over the age of 50 and the youths over the age of 14 all put on their armor and picked up shields and spears. To them, this was a crucial moment of life and death for Tali. Every citizen had to stand up and protect their home. Even though it took some time to gather the citizens, everyone was united against a common enemy. The freedmen who lacked weapons and equipment were forced to retreat. But at that moment, the Crotone army disembarked. Once they disembarked, they charged straight at the Turin army. The line of the freedmen that was almost scattered quickly stabilized. Both sides fought on the narrow streets of the port. Even though Crotone soldiers continued to disembark and outnumbered the Turin citizens, they were unable to spread out in the narrow alleys. Even though Crotone soldiers were tall and sturdy, the Tali soldiers were mixed with the elderly and youths, and even the generals were on the field. Behind them, there were a few hundred Tali women shouting and cheering for their loved ones. It was a solemn and stirring cry. Crotone was fighting, while Turin was fighting with his life, so the battle was in a stalemate. Melanchus, who had always been at the front, was dragged behind because the ferry he was on was leaking. When he arrived at the dock, it was already full of boats, and he finally found an empty spot to go ashore. Seeing that the battle was at a stalemate, he immediately ordered the demolition of the buildings on both sides of the alley. When the Crotone soldiers began to outflank them from both sides, the Turii were gradually losing ground. They held on for a while longer and finally retreated as their citizens were killed and wounded. Neonces did not want to escape. Instead, he faced the swarm of enemies head-on. Ever since he took office, this general, who was born as a commoner, had always been well received by the citizens with his down-to-earth style and diligent work attitude. However, less than 2 months after he reached the pinnacle of the highest position in the city, Turi suffered a great disaster. He died in shame under the spears of Crotone soldiers, while Polixus and the other generals turned around and fled for their lives. Bucos and Plazines led some citizens, women, and children to retreat to the Acropolis on the hillside behind the city. There was the temple of Apollo, the altar of goddess Hera, and the holy fire had been burning for 41 years since it was built. It was the place where the spirit of the tourist citizens was sustained, the place where their souls rested, the holy place. The tourists decided to make their last stand here. After Melanchus occupied and pacified the other districts, it was already late. He ordered the soldiers to light torches and surround the Acropolis of Tauris. Then he asked Polixus to send a message. Surrender immediately or he will burn the Acropolis of Tauris. Bucos and the others did not expect the Crotone to be so ruthless. After all, Apollo was also the protector of the Crotone city. After a painful choice, they opened the gate. At this point, the Crotone had completely occupied the city of Tauris. When the news reached the Tauris, Devers was watching the citizens' military training in the training camp. When he learned that Tauris had fallen, he and his officers were shocked. I really did not expect that Tauris would fall just like that, Helos said emotionally. If it wasn't for the fact that the Tauris didn't handle the conflict between the free people and the slaves well, they wouldn't have let the Crotone win so easily. Amyntas was obviously not convinced by the Crotone's achievements. But the general of the Crotone is not simple either. Even with the help of the free people, he was able to use tricks to deceive the Tauris and then launch a sudden attack. The Crotone soldiers were also well trained to be able to take down the city of Tauris in less than 5 hours. Devers analyzed rationally. The army of the Crotone can be said to be one of the strongest enemies we have encountered so far, apart from the 800 Sparta warriors led by Kelesopes. We must be vigilant, Devers warned the crowd, but we are not afraid of him. Amyntas shouted, unconvinced. That's right, we must have this spirit. We take our enemies seriously, but we are not afraid of them. We are willing to fight any enemy. Devers encouraged the crowd. Commander, in the camp, Devers asked the crowd to call him by his military title, not his administrative title. What should we do next? Alexis asked. What do you think? Devers asked. Alexis thought for a moment and said, send more scouts to monitor the movements of the Crotone army and strengthen the defense of Amendalara. Very well, we will wait and see, said Devers. Even though the Crotone had taken over Tauris and displayed their strength, the Devers were happy to see that none of his officers offered to show goodwill to the Crotone. Looking at the soldiers who were actively training on the training ground, thinking about the Crotone army that was ravaging the city of Tauris, the Devers were not afraid. At the same time, in the city of Tauris, Melanchus did not restrain his soldiers after taking over the city, allowing the soldiers to run amok in the city, robbing property, injuring people, and even raping women. The people of Tauris were miserable. Melanchus had his eyes on the most luxurious house. After chasing the owner away, he moved in himself and held a banquet with the officers under him to celebrate their victory. As he was drinking to his heart's content, he heard the prostitute in his arms say that there was a disciple of the historian Herodotus in Tauris. He was immediately interested and asked the guards to invite this person over. When Ansetanos arrived, he saw a group of Crotone men lying on the reclining chairs in the hall, drinking wine and chewing on delicacies, with beautiful women in their arms. Most of those who took the initiative to smile and flirt were high-class prostitutes, while those who pretended to be happy were mostly Tauris women. Some of the Crotone men were loudly boasting about the victory and flattering Melanchus. Some were telling vulgar jokes where the poor and stupid protagonists were Tauris. Some only cared about groping and doing shameful things with the women in their arms in public. Amidst the laughter and flirting, Ansitanos stepped on the marble floor that was dripping with wine and entered the hall with a straight face. "Oh, the tourist historian is here." Melantius drank a lot, but his mind was still clear. He patted the plump chest of the woman in his arms and said, "Go get him a glass of wine." The woman handed the wine to Ansitanos, and he took a sip without hesitation. "Tourists, are you drinking to celebrate our victory?" An officer took the opportunity to mock him with a smile. "No, I'm just reminiscing about Sybaris, the city-state that was once famous for its wine in Greece. Back then it was powerful and Crotone was weak, just like today's Crotone and Turis. But the strong bullied the weak and eventually died," Ansitanos said calmly. "Ha, ha, ha." Melantius laughed. "Unfortunately, it was the weak Crotone that destroyed the strong Sybaris. Today, the weak Turis is occupied by the strong Crotone." "You're wrong. With the gods above, no matter how powerful a city-state is, it can't escape destruction in the end," Ansitanos replied forcefully. "Maybe one day, ugh." Melantius burped and said disapprovingly, "But you and I may not have the chance to see it." He then sat up and said loudly, "I heard that you're the disciple of Herodotus. If you write history in the future, will you include my name and this glorious victory for future generations to know?" "No, only the crimes and scandals you committed in Turis," Ansitanos replied coldly. "How dare you? Do you want to die, Turis?" When the officers heard this, they all cursed angrily. Some even threw food at him. Melantius waved his hand and ignored Ansitanos's provocation. Instead, he raised his glass and said proudly, "The victor proves his strength with his actions, and the loser can only prove his weakness with his excuses. This is the maxim of athletes. The ancient heroes would only enjoy the joy of conquering Troy. No one would care about the pain of the conquered, the Trojans. They have to admit defeat, just like Lucania." At this point, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "I heard that the consul of Amendola, Devers, used 6,000 men to annihilate 10,000 of the Lucanian alliance army. Is this true? Is it fake? Is it Tarentum's credit? Or is it really his credit?" "It's indeed the battle that he planned and organized," Ansitanos answered truthfully. "It seems that this Devers is quite a character. I wonder who's more powerful, me or him." Melantius looked eager. Chapter 143. "So what?" Melantius glanced at him sideways. His face was slightly flushed from the alcohol, and he looked unconvinced. "Where he and I were born is the arrangement of fate. Of course he is destined to fail." He asked loudly again, "Turin and Amendolar are allies. I heard that when my army approached Turin, Amendolar promised to send reinforcements, right?" "That's true. Amendolar's messenger once said, as long as they are given a few days to gather their troops. When the reinforcements arrive, Turin will definitely be able to hold." Ansitanos replied. He emphasized Amendolar's original words, and Melantius' face turned even redder. Melantius turned to Timoras beside him. "Tomorrow, send someone to question Amendolar. Why is he making an enemy of Crotone? Ask them to immediately dissolve their alliance with Turin and form an alliance with us." Timoras hesitated. "Amendolar and Tarentum are allies." "That's right. They are allies with Tarentum. If they can form an alliance with Turin, why can't they form an alliance with us?" Melantius said forcefully. "All right." Timoras reluctantly agreed. Melantius swirled his wine glass, his eyes gleaming. "Devers, what will you do?" The news of Crotone's capture of Turin quickly spread throughout Greece, and Turin immediately became the focus of attention. Tarentum, Rockley, Lygum, and other city-states paid close attention to the development of the situation. Even Syracuse, who was preparing troops and supplies to attack Carthage in Sicily, focused their attention on the situation. After all, Rockley was an ally of Syracuse. Dionysius even married Doris, the sister of the current chief general of Rockley's famous family. Rockley and Crotone were mortal enemies. Crotone's strength was not what Rockley and Syracuse wanted to see. Besides, this was related to a long-term strategic plan in Dionysius's mind. Crotone's emissary came to Amendelor with Melantius' order for Amendelor to surrender. This caused the political atmosphere in Amendelor to become tense. There was a heated debate in the Senate. Cornelis, Raphael, and Stromboli believed that Crotone was coming with a great victory and was powerful enough that Amendola, which had just experienced a war, could not stop him. In order to prevent their territory from being destroyed again, they could temporarily compromise and agree to Crotone's request. The more stubborn Scambras, Tritodemus, and Protesilaus suggested that they could stall for time and request Tarentum to test the pressure on Crotone, depending on the situation. Almost all of the new citizens' senators were hardliners. They had long been angered by the arrogant behavior of Crotone's emissary after entering the city. They firmly stated that Amendelor must not succumb to Crotone's threat. If Crotone sent troops to invade, they would definitely let him know how powerful Amendelor was. Devers had expected such a thing to happen after Crotone's army occupied Turiae. As a leader who relied on military prestige to become a mercenary leader and military strength to become Amendelor's lifetime consul, he could not show any weakness or give in, because that would shake his power. So he said resolutely, since Amendelor has already made a decision, we must stick to it until the end. Don't shake Tarentum's trust in us. We can't let the Greeks think that Amendelor is a city-state that will succumb to power and forget justice for the sake of profit. Devers's forceful words drew an end to the Senate meeting. When the Crotone emissary received Amendelor's reply, he was stunned at first. Then he threatened fiercely, "Aren't you afraid of what happened to Turiae?" "You can try," Devers replied coldly. The emissary who returned resentfully brought the Devers's reply. "Dear Commander of Crotone, the people of Amendelor revere your victory. However, abiding by the covenant signed in the name of God is a centuries-old tradition of Amendelor. I hope you can understand." Melantius was so angry that he laughed after reading it. He tore the letter into pieces. "This Amendelor's consul is quite courageous. Ha! A mercenary actually knows how to keep his promise." He paced back and forth in the hall and made up his mind. "It seems that we need to teach this disobedient little country a lesson. Timoras, go gather 8,000 people. We will go to Amendelor." Timoras hurriedly said. But Tarentum, Melantius waved his hand. "Don't worry, I won't do anything rash." After the Crotone army left the city, they quickly marched north. The scouts of Amendelor immediately reported back. When the people of Amendelor received the news, they immediately became nervous. Cornelis, Raphaes, and the others once again suggested to the Devers that they should temporarily give in to the Crotone and join their alliance. However, the Devers retorted, "I've never had the habit of being forced to make peace with a knife or a gun." The new citizen senators, on the other hand, were full of fighting spirit. They clamored to mobilize their troops and give the arrogant Crotone a head-on blow, but were forcefully suppressed by the Devers. He ordered everyone to return to the city and prepare for defense. Due to his authority, the officers had no choice but to accept the order and leave. The Senate of Tarentum also paid close attention to the movements of the Crotone army. They received the news a little later than Amendelor, and the consul immediately held an emergency meeting with the senators. The senators expressed that the Crotone ignored Amendelor's alliance with Tarentum and brazenly invaded. This was contempt for Tarentum. They must seriously protest. However, most people expressed caution about whether Tarentum would participate in the war between the Crotone army and Amendelor, saying that it would depend on the development of the situation. After all, Tarentum and Crotone were both powerful states in Greece, and each had a group of allies. Once a war broke out, it would not be resolved in a few battles. Archita took the initiative in the Senate to request to see the commander of the Crotone army, Melantius, and was finally approved. Tarentum sent another emissary to Crotone by ship. The sailing time was short, and with the wind, it would only take half a day to reach Crotone. While the Senate of Tarentum was still discussing, Melantius had already led the army across the Savicello River. 2 hours later, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. He looked at a Amendaler, which was located on a small hill. The walls were full of heavily armed soldiers. Under the direct illumination of the eastern sun, it looked like a glowing wall, blinding people. He could not help but say, "The soldiers of Amendaler are quite decent. If I really attacked it in the morning, the sunlight alone would make my soldiers suffer." He ordered the troops to line up in a square formation. The formation was more than a mile long. As they slowly approached the city walls, they knocked on their round shields and let out battle cries that shook the heavens. However, the soldiers of Amendaler only stood quietly at the top of the city under the strict orders of the team officers. Arsines could not help but say, "Captain, the people of Crotone are too arrogant. We should at least roar a few times and fight back." Captain Tippus scolded in a low voice, "Shut up. This is the order of the consul. Do you want to violate military discipline?" Hearing this, Arsines immediately stopped complaining. "Anyway, remember, as long as the people of Crotone don't attack, we will watch their performance. As long as they dare to attack," Tippus reminded. "Understood." Arsines clenched the spear in his hand. Even though the enemy's troops looked unusually large, Arsines actually hoped that they would attack, so that he could use the skills he had painstakingly trained during this period of time. Seeing that there was no response from the people of Amendaler, Melantius immediately stopped the advancing troops and sent someone to shout at the bottom of the city, asking to see the consul Devers of Amendaler. Unexpectedly, there was no response from the top of the city walls. Melantius thought that the Devers were afraid and did not dare to talk to him directly, so he simply sent some soldiers to scold them at the bottom of the city. The Devers are cowards. They don't dare to face the army of Crotone. When the people of Amendaler see the army of Crotone, they don't even dare to breathe. When the new soldiers heard this, their faces turned red and they began to complain. Then they were scolded by the veterans. Whether they are cowards or not, we will only know after we fight. What's the point of just talking? As for the consul, when he led us to defeat the people of Persia time and time again, these people of Clotho's wife were probably still enjoying the cheers of the audience in the stadium. In fact, these veterans were also holding back their anger. However, they were experienced and used to listening to the orders of the Devers. At the same time, they were also unwilling to waste their energy on unnecessary things. The voices of the soldiers of Crotone also became hoarse, but the people of Amendaler still did not respond. Melantius was also bored. He finally ordered, "Burn down all these houses as a warning to the people of Amendaler." The people of Amendaler who remained silent made Melantius feel humiliated and angry. He ordered all the warehouses and hotels at the foot of Amendaler Mountain that were about to be completed were burned in a raging fire. The efforts of the people of Amendaler over the past few months were destroyed. The fire that soared into the sky reflected the angry faces of countless soldiers on the city wall. Their eyes were wide open, and they glared at the people of Crotone as they swaggered away. When the news reached the Senate, everyone was furious. Only the Devers looked calm. He carefully listened to the performance of the Crotone army at the bottom of the city by the assists who had rushed back. From this, he deduced Melantius's character and mentality and confirmed it with what he knew. Are the people of Crotone declaring war on us by doing this? Raphael asked in surprise. Chapter 144. The Crotone are already bullying us. Why don't the soldiers teach them a lesson? Strompoli, who had wanted to compromise with the Crotone before, was now furious. The soldiers have obeyed Sir Devers's orders and guarded the city, but they can't wait to eat the flesh of the Crotone raw. Amintes vented his anger at the Devers. Sir Consul, are we just going to watch the Crotone behave atrociously on our land? Scombras roared unwillingly. Of course not. The Devers answered resolutely, his eyes flashing with a strange light. The reason we pull back our fists is so that we can hit them better. The Crotones' army is stronger than ours, that's a fact. So we have to wait, just like in boxing. A brilliant boxer always defends first, waiting for the opponent to reveal a flaw before delivering a fatal blow. Everyone in the hall was shocked. By the time Archita came ashore in Turiai, Melancius had already returned to the city. Archita represented Tarentum to lodge a serious protest. Melancius said disapprovingly, "Crotone has no ill intentions towards Armendalara. I just wanted to go out and greet this young consul who is said to be able to defeat many with fewer. I didn't expect him to be so cowardly that he doesn't even dare to come out and meet me." Archita breathed a sigh of relief for the time being, then threw down a harsh sentence. "If Crotone goes to war with Armendalara, Tarentum will join forces with Metapontum and Heraclea to go to war with Crotone at all costs." At the same time, he advised Melancius, "Since Crotone has occupied Turiai, washed away their shame, and won great glory, then the next step is to lead the troops back to Crotone and restore peace to this land." Then it was time for him to return to Crotone and restore peace to this land. Melancius, of course, could hear the threat in Archita's words, but his face was sullen and he did not respond. Of course, Melancius could hear the threat in Akita's words, but he kept a calm face and did not respond. At the foot of the mountain, he saw the ruins of the warehouse and hotel that had been burned to ashes, and smoke was still billowing. He became nervous again. At the foot of the mountain, he saw the ruins of the warehouse and the hotel that had been burned to ashes and was still smoking. He became nervous again. As soon as he entered the city, the anger on the faces of the people reflected in his eyes. So, as soon as he saw the Devers, he expressed his condolences and concern for Armendalara and said frankly, "Devers, Tarentum has no intention of going to war with Crotone for now. I hope you can understand. Don't worry about it. Although we're furious at Crotone's actions, we can still restrain ourselves." Divers calmly replied, "Can a man bite back after being bitten by a dog?" Aketa didn't laugh. The calmer Divers appeared, the more uneasy he felt. After the annihilation of the Lacanian alliance, the soldiers of Tarentum were celebrating their victory. However, Divers and his men went back to the camp to sleep, saying that they wanted to recover their exhausted energy. The next day, they told him, "We have retaken Amendalar." When Tarentum's envoy arrived at Crotone, the council in Crotone City Hall was in a heated discussion about the follow-up to the occupation of the city of Turiai. Conservatives such as General Lucius suggested, after plundering Turiai's wealth, they would support a puppet government that was close to Crotone and then retreat to avoid the dissatisfaction of the surrounding city-states. Radicals such as Chief General Myron, the same name as the famous Crotone athlete Myron from 100 years ago. Because this athlete was so legendary, he was regarded as the hero of Crotone. So many Crotone children were named Myron by their parents, believed that Turiai and Crotone had already formed a deep hatred, and it would be difficult for the government they supported to retain power. Moreover, it was too close to Tarentum. If they kept the garrison, not only would it disperse the strength of Crotone, but it would also cause more hatred between the local people and Tarentum. The best way was to burn the city. Burn the city. The other generals and counselors were shocked. "That's right, burn the city." Myron said passionately, "Our ancestors defeated Sybaris and destroyed the city twice. The last time was when they dug the Krati River and used the flood to destroy the city of Sybaris. They made a name for themselves and shocked Greece, in exchange for the prosperity of Crotone and the hegemony of this area. However, since we were defeated by the allied forces of Rockley and Ligium a few decades ago, some city-states no longer respected us and secretly opposed us. We need to re-establish the dignity of Crotone. Now a great opportunity is in front of us. This is a gift from the gods. If we miss it, we will be punished. Moreover, after destroying Turiai, the Sybaris plain will temporarily become unclaimed. We can recruit city-states that are on good terms with us from Greece or other places to build a new city on the Sabaris plain. Then we can send some of our landless citizens over to become new immigrants to the new city. I believe the surrounding city-states will not be able to find fault with us, and the power of Crotone will expand to the north, increasing our strength. Myron's words were inspiring and practical. Most people in the council agreed with him. Thus, the messengers of Crotone soon arrived in Thurii. Melanchus, who had nothing to do, was excited when he received the order from the Crotone city hall. He waved his hands and said, "As the third general to destroy the city-states on the Sabaris plain, I will surely go down in history." He acted quickly. First, he asked the freedmen who sided with him to immediately build a pontoon bridge across the Crati River. The original pontoon bridge had been burned by the Thurii. Then he made up charges, claiming to punish the mastermind behind the killing of Crotone's messengers. In the end, the wealthy merchants of Thurii were arrested, tortured, imprisoned, and even executed. All the wealth of their families was confiscated. Soon, the impatient Melanchus felt that this method was too slow. He simply gave the order, "Plunder all the food and property in the city." In an instant, the whole city of Thurii was filled with cries. The Thurii people lying on the ground did not expect that a more terrible disaster would befall them. Soon, Armendolara's scouts, who were patrolling outside Thurii, saw from afar the Crotone soldiers escorting the Thurii people out of the city. Not long after, thick smoke rose from everywhere in the city, and soon it was set on fire. The scouts immediately reported to Leds. Leds was shocked when he heard the news. He quickly rowed across the Saraceno River to confirm it. By then, Thurii had become a city of fire. The cries of the people outside the city shook the heavens soon. The Devers received the urgent news and were stunned. Crotone was destroying the city. They were retreating. Assist scolded the brutality of Crotone while the Devers sat down and rubbed their chins, thinking about the significance of this major event for Armendolara. Then, the Assist saw the Devers stand up again. They paced back and forth in the hall with a strange expression. When he saw that his vision was blurry, the Devers suddenly asked with a trembling voice, "If Crotone's army leaves now, where will they be by dusk?" The Assists thought for a moment and said, "They won't be able to travel fast with so many supplies. They will probably reach Castellan by dusk." "Will Castellan let the army enter the city?" the Devers asked urgently. "Impossible. They just looted and burned the city of Thurii." The Devers nodded. The Assists had the same opinion as him. After pacing back and forth, he finally made up his mind and said, "Inform Leds to keep a close eye on the pontoon bridge over the Claudy River. At the same time, send Wyzam scouts to follow the progress of Crotone's army. Where is the camp? How are we going to set it up? Give me all the details, but keep it hidden. Don't let Crotone find out. I want him to send someone to report to me at all times." "Yes," the Assists answered excitedly. After following the Devers for so long, he knew that the Devers must be planning something big. The young Assists could not help but ask excitedly, "Sir, are you going to attack Crotone's army?" "Whether we attack or not depends on whether Crotone gives us the chance." The Devers sneered. "Crotone owes so much blood and he wants to go back easily? It won't be that easy. I believe that the impartial Hades will take care of us. It's time for us to show our fangs." The Devers sounded righteous, but there was another reason that made him make up his mind. The destruction of the city of Thurii gave him a better chance than attacking Lucania. It was a chance for Amendola to grow stronger quickly, and this required him to take another big gamble. The Senate was called for an emergency meeting. When the Devers announced that the city of Thurii had been burned, the elders were not surprised. They had already digested this shocking news before they came. However, the older citizens had mixed feelings. They used to hate the selfishness of the Thurii for causing Amendola to suffer a heavy blow. However, when the worst retribution befell the Thurii, they realized that they did not feel good. Instead, pity overwhelmed their hatred. But then the Devers said with righteous indignation, Crotone's crime must be punished. As an ally of Turii, we, Amendola, have the obligation to avenge the Turii people. Of course, we also need to tell Crotone that the Sabari Plain is not a place where they can come and go as they please. I announce that Amendola is mobilizing for war. Prepare to attack Crotone's army. As soon as he finished, the meeting was in an uproar. Chapter 145. Lord Consul, the Crotone have more men than us. If we attack recklessly, you won't. Amintas rebutted as soon as Cornelis said worriedly, You don't understand war, so don't get involved. The Devers immediately scolded Amintas and asked him to apologize. He then explained to Cornelis and the other old citizens, as a consul of Amendola, and as a leader who has been on the battlefield for a long time, I will cherish the lives of the citizens of Amendola. Without absolute confidence, I will not attack the powerful Crotone army recklessly. The Crotone occupied Turii and obtained great glory and bountiful spoils of war, but we Amendola chose to retreat. They must be very proud, and their general, Melancius, is an even prouder man. These Crotone soldiers, who are loaded with spoils of war, will probably be thinking about how to go home and get their share of the loot on their way back. They will not have any desire to fight. They will probably be exhausted when they reach the campsite, and the defenses of the campsite will definitely be lax. We will give them a heavy blow when they are asleep, just like when we took back Amendola. The Devers saw that Cornelis and the others were deep in thought, so he added, Of course, if our spies discover that the defenses of the Crotone camp are very tight, the battle will have to be called off. Felicius emphasized, Lord Consul's plan is indeed feasible. Antonio said, We agree. At this time, Scambras, Tritodemos, and Plotzelus expressed their agreement first, and the attack plan was immediately approved. Immediately gather the citizens of the 4 brigades at the square. All brigade captains must pay attention and tell the soldiers not to make any noise, to keep quiet. I don't want the Crotone spies to discover anything unusual about us. The Devers calmly ordered, My attack plan is... Felicius and the elders who were appointed as the army officers received the order and left. Devers then said earnestly to Cornelis, Turris has suffered such a disaster. As its ally, we should help its people. I want to set up a Turris Emergency Relief Committee, which you will be in charge of. It will provide food, accommodation, treatment, and other assistance to Turris. Cornelis only hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The other old citizens who hated the Turris remained silent, but Strompoli reminded them, If we take food to save the Turris, I'm afraid we won't have enough to eat. Don't worry. The Devers said confidently, the Crotone stole so much food. When they defeat Melancius, they will have everything. He added in his mind, Of course, they will also get more important things. I hope the Crotone are as unguarded as you said. Strompoli did not argue further, because he too had hope in his heart. The Devers remembered that there was someone in the city who was very familiar with the Turris. He quickly asked, By the way, how is Kunigarada's injury? He should be much better. I saw him in the temple yesterday. He walked down the mountain alone without the help of a slave, Scambras said. Let him be your assistant. He is very familiar with the people and matters of Turris, the Devers said to Cornelis. But he was... Cornelis hesitated. I think Turris is the mother state where he was born and raised. It is the place where he grew up and lived for decades. The harm that Turris did to him should not be as much as the worry and longing for Turris, especially after the city was burned down, the Devers said with certainty. Although they had only met a few times, in his impression the old man, in fact Kunigarada was only in his early 50s, had spent a lot of energy for the stability and prosperity of Turris in the past few years. He did not even hesitate to offend many people. He would not easily let Turris go. As expected, when Kunigarada heard that Turris was burned, he almost fainted from grief. When he received the notice from the Senate, he immediately rushed to Cornelis' house to discuss the matter of rescue. At that moment, the Devers summoned the leader of Lucania, Vespa, and his son Bagul in his house. "Tonight, we are going to attack Crotone's army. I hope you can join us. If we win, your 5-year service period will be halved." The Devers did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Attack Crotone's army. I heard there are more than 10,000 of them." Although Vespa was now a slave, his ears and eyes were not blocked. He was a little hesitant. "We will join," Bagul said before he could. "Son." Vespa panicked and was about to give his son a look. Bagul did not look at his father. Instead, he raised his head and said loudly, "We, the Lucanians, will join." Due to his old age and his identity as the leader, Vespa was only restricted to the city. He was not forced to serve. Bagul, on the other hand, had participated in many rugby matches and learned about the uniqueness of the citizen army. At the same time, he also learned about the magical young consul in front of him from his private conversations with the soldiers. He believed that since Amendola dared to attack, they must be confident of success. This was a good opportunity for their tribe. Good. Very good. Not only was the Devers happy for Bagul's agreement, but they were also excited to see the results of the assimilation policy so quickly. The Devers stepped forward and patted Bagul's shoulder. He said excitedly, "I believe this will be the right decision for you and your people." Bagul did not dodge. Vespa sighed softly. "What should we do next?" "Let your brother-in-law, Assists, tell you. He will be your adjutant, and you will be the leader of the Lucania army." The Devers looked behind them. Assist smiled shyly at the side. At noon, the Crotone army abandoned the thousands of Turin citizens outside the ruined city of Turin. They retreated with a large number of looted supplies, but they did not burn the pontoon bridge. When the news reached Amendola, the Devers, accompanied by priests, went to the temple of Zeus at the top of the mountain and sacrificed a bull. Amidst the chanting, he prayed to Zeus for this expedition. The priests blessed him and performed a divine divination. The Devers returned to the square and told the waiting citizens, "Zeus' prophecy is a good omen. We will win." Because of the military order, the unarmored militia did not cheer loudly, but they all looked excited and fanatical. The entire city of Amendola was on the move. Looking at the people driving oxen and horses loaded with food and supplies out of the city gate, the Devers inexplicably recalled the words Kaiser said in front of the Rubicon River in his previous life, "The dice are cast!" What happened that day was actually described in detail in the chapter The Burning of Turin by Ansetanos, who wrote the history of Magna Graecia more than 10 years later. That day, the sky was dark and thick clouds hung low, as if the gods had shown an ominous sign from the beginning. The Crotone soldiers were not humans. They were bandits, beasts. They robbed everything that could be eaten, even the oatmeal in the bowls of children. They robbed everything of value, even the teeth in the people's mouths. Anyone who stepped forward to stop them was mercilessly trampled to the ground, and some even lost their lives. As for those who knelt on the ground and begged bitterly, they coldly ignored them. The desperate cries of the Turin people came from every house, and every street flowed with the blood and tears of the Turin people. What kind of sin did the Turin commit to provoke such a terrible demon? It should be said that Ansetanos' position in the history of Magna Graecia was basically neutral, but he invested so much emotion in this chapter that the Crotone people later protested, saying that Ansetanos had exaggerated the facts and was not conducive to the unity of the country. So they asked for the chapter to be deleted. Ansetanos refused, and the lawsuit went on for a long time. In the end, the Crotone soldiers drove the Turin people out of the city with spears and shields, then spread branches and hay in every corner of the city and poured oil on them. The city of Turin began to burn. The Turin people watched helplessly as their homes were reduced to ashes in the fire, and the temples they worshipped collapsed. Did the gods abandon the Turin and let Hephaestos cast the flames of anger? After the Crotone people retreated, the Turin people ran madly into the Turin city, disregarding the thick smoke and flames that were still rising from the city. The scorching temperature steamed their flesh and blood, but they desperately rushed into the burning ashes, looking for anything useful. Without shelter, food, clothes, and money, how could the Turin survive in the Zbari plain that had become a wilderness? Just when they were in despair, the Amendolans appeared. Thousands of Amendolans brought hundreds of carts, half of which were hidden with weapons and equipment, and began to rescue the Turin people, setting up tents and digging camps. Cunigurata had completely forgotten what the Turin had done to him before. It was said that he had not fully recovered from the beating, but he ran around every corner to help all the Turin people in need. The governor of Amendolara, Cornelis, arranged manpower and distributed resources, organizing the rescue work in an orderly manner. Allow me to mention Devers at the end. He was the governor of Amendolara at that time, and also the hero who saved the city of Turin from the Lucanians. However, it was the first time the Turin people saw him, and they saw him in a difficult situation. In their eyes, this young man who looked like he had just become an adult was as kind as their child. He always wore a gentle smile, listening attentively to the people's pain and comforting the injured people with a gentle voice. He carried the crying children and wiped away their tears and dust. He helped the injured elderly and gave them soft bread. Under the leadership of Devers, the Amendolans treated the Turin people like family, doing their best to help the Turin people. The Devers saved the Turin people once again. The Turin people who had lost their homes did not suffer from hunger and disease. They were grateful to the Amendolans from the bottom of their hearts, and even more so to the hero Devers who had saved the Turin people twice. Chapter 146. Initially, Timoraz saw that there were too many supplies and suggested to load some of the spoils of war onto the ships and ship them back to Crotone in advance. Melanchus refused. His reason was that Castellan and Cremissa had joined the Crotone alliance for the first time. We needed to show them the results of the conquest of Turin and the serious consequences of going against Crotone. In fact, he had another reason in his mind that he did not say it out loud. He was afraid that the supplies that were shipped back would be divided up by the people in the city hall. Then his share of the wealth would be much smaller. As for why he did not burn the pontoon bridge, the Devers' worries were completely unnecessary. Melanchus did not take Amendolara seriously at all. He believed that with the destruction of Turin, the northern part of Greater Greece no longer had any power that could threaten Crotone. He kept the pontoon bridge for the convenience of the Crotones' migration to Sabari. The Crotones' march was more than 10 miles long. Most of them were loaded wagons, so the march was extremely slow. By dusk, the vanguard had just arrived at the city of Castellan. The people of Castellan were indeed afraid. Chief General Amicals led the city's higher-ups with smiles on their faces. They opened the city to welcome the victorious Melanchus and held a grand victory feast for him. At the same time, they invited the generals of Crotone. At the same time, they tactfully told Melanchus that the city of Castellan was too small to accommodate such a large army. Moreover, with so many supplies in the city, it would not be good if they were lost and there was a conflict. They also said that the city of Castellan had prepared a large amount of wine and food for the soldiers of Crotone to celebrate their victory and make up for Castellan's inability to let them into the city. Melanchus was not a man who could think for the soldiers. Seeing that the people of Castellan were so thoughtful, he readily agreed and led Timoraz and a dozen other senior officers into the city with amicals. On the way into the city, Melanchus heard a report from a spy. The people of Amendolara rushed to the Zbari plain to rescue the Turii. He laughed and said, "Amendolara is wasting his time. We will be back soon. The Zbari plains can only belong to Crotone." When the Crotone soldiers heard that there was wine to drink and meat to eat, they immediately increased their marching speed. It was already late at night when they started to set up camp. After setting up their tents, they couldn't wait to start drinking and eating meat to celebrate their victory. It was not until late at night that their tired bodies couldn't resist the invasion of sleep and fell into a deep sleep. Ansetanos did mention in his book that the citizens of Amendolan went against their usual training habits. They roughly pitched their tents and built a simple camp before going to bed. In fact, most of the people who helped the tourists in the afternoon were the women, teenagers, and the elderly of Amandara. For this battle, the entire city of Amandara was mobilized. That night, the Devers did not allow the tourists to enter the newly built camp. The exhausted tourists fell into a deep sleep under the canopy. At the same time, the Amendolan militia in the camp were woken up by their officers one by one. They quietly ate the freshly baked bread and drank hot mutton soup with a little lamb and cheese in their sleepy eyes. Although they had already eaten dinner a few hours ago, this food would provide them with more protein and calories for the long march and slaughter that was to come. Then they put on the breastplates and greaves they took out from the pack carts, checked their bayonets, knives, and shields. At that moment, a few torches were set up in an open space in the middle of the camp. The Devers and the captains, company captains, and sub-captains were carefully observing the terrain model of Crotone's camp that was made out of mud. Melanchus is quite cautious. He let his troops cross the Trianta River and set up camp in the south of Castellan. He thought they would be safe with Castellan in the way, but that just made his soldiers more relaxed. The Devers used a wooden stick to point at the Trianta River model that separated Castellan and Crotone's camp. But Isam and his men have repeatedly tried different sections of the river. He said that one section of the river is completely walkable because it's in the middle of the river, far from Crotone's camp, so they won't be discovered. He also sent someone to report that the Crotone have been drinking and partying in the camp all night. I believe that when we attack tomorrow, they will still be sleeping like pigs. The Devers' words made everyone chuckle knowingly. They didn't dig trenches, set up fences, or set up stables. I'm afraid there won't even be any sentries tomorrow morning. Do they think they're taking a stroll in their own backyard? So easy. The officers listened to the Devers' explanation. Not only did they not find it funny, they were enraged. They secretly swore that they would not let these arrogant Crotone people go. The only problem is that their tents are very scattered and spaced far apart. The southern part of the tents protrudes outwards because the supplies they looted are all concentrated here. The Devers drew a large circle on the camp model with a wooden stick and said cautiously, "Our militia and the Lucanian brigade led by Bagul only have about 5,000 men. Artenis sent people to the eastern Mediterranean to recruit about 500 freemen from Thrace, Rhodes, and Crete, making the 7th Brigade more complete. In order to completely surround Crotone's camp, our attack formation can only have a single row of soldiers." "Don't worry, Commander, one row is enough. It's more troublesome to deal with people, but it's easy to deal with a bunch of sleeping pigs." Aminta's words made everyone cover their mouths and chuckle again. The Devers smiled and said to Capys, who was next to him, "I'll leave the south of the camp to your 1st Brigade. You'll attack first. As the south area is larger and there are many pack carts and supplies blocking the way, you and your subordinates will discuss how to solve these problems. I only have one request. Whether or not the 1st Brigade can become the first in the army depends on whether you can keep up with the attack speed of the other brigades, or even be faster than them." The usually calm Capys was also excited at this moment. "Rest assured, Commander, the 1st Brigade will not let you down." The Devers nodded and turned to Drax. "The 2nd Brigade will go to the east of the camp. After the 1st Brigade attacks, you can start the attack. The east of the camp is close to the city of Castellan. When the enemy is attacked and panicked, the first thing they will think of is to escape into the city, so you have to use the fiercest attack to make them give up on this idea." Drax looked at Capys and said, "Commander, the 2nd Brigade will use our actions to prove that we are not inferior to the 1st Brigade." "Good. You have to have this kind of confidence." The Devers praised, then turned to Hieronymus. "The 3rd Brigade will attack from the west. Although most of you are new recruits, I believe that the 3rd Brigade will perform well." Hieronymus clenched his fists and said, "Don't worry." Epicthenes, "Yes. You and Xpit will lead the light shield men of the 7th Brigade and attack from the north." "Commander, aren't we lacking in numbers?" Epicthenes immediately asked, "Don't worry, is Bagul here?" The Devers asked. "I'm here," Bagul said from the back of the crowd. "Come to the front." The Devers beckoned him closer, then said in a deep voice, "You will lead the Lucanian brigade and join the attack from the north. Epicthenes will be the commander." Bagul looked hesitantly at Epicthenes, who gave him a friendly smile. He lowered his head and said, "All right. The light shield men are good at close combat, and the charge of the Lucanian warriors is also very powerful. The enemy might not even consider escaping to the north at first, because of the Trianta River. I'm not worried about your attack. I'm only worried about your lack of teamwork and that there will be gaps in your advance. So, when you come down, you must discuss how to improve your teamwork and control the rhythm of the attack. There's something more important." Divers emphasized his tone and said solemnly, "Bagul, I've already told you before, and I'll emphasize it again. Before the battle, no matter if you're marching or hiding, you must maintain silence. You must not alarm the enemy. You must warn your tribesmen to watch their mouths. If anyone disobeys orders and affects this operation, they will be executed according to the Amendola military law." Got it. Bagul was secretly shocked. He decided to go back and discuss with the assists how to prevent his people from making mistakes. "Commander, are our archers and catapults not participating in the operation?" Alpines asked anxiously when he saw that there was no place for him in the attack plan. "Of course you'll be there." The Devers smiled. "Alpines, lead the archers and catapults to the east of the camp and set up an ambush on the road leading to Castellan City. Once someone comes out of the city to help, deal the most damage to them." "Yes, Commander." According to Isam's intelligence, the Crotone soldiers in Castellan are celebrating the victory at the camp, so they didn't return to the city. There shouldn't be many soldiers in the city who can participate in the battle, and they shouldn't be strong either. Oh, and the Crotone generals who are having fun in the city. I bet their legs will be weak by tomorrow morning, and they won't be able to hold their weapons," the Devers said. Chapter 147. Devers stood up and looked around at everyone. His voice was low and powerful. "The battle in the early hours of tomorrow will decide the ownership of the Zabari plain. It will decide the future of our citizens. When the battle begins, there will be no horns and no shouting. We must be ruthless. We must be fierce. We must be fast. We must destroy the enemy in their sleep as fast as we can. We must advance to the center as fast as we can. The faster we advance, the tighter and thicker our formation will be. The enemy will panic, and we will be able to surround them in the center and force them to surrender. Brothers, the Crotone people are like a pot of delicious barley porridge. I want to see which company eats it the fastest and best." The crowd did not speak, but their widened eyes were burning with a burning desire to fight. It was an early summer night in southern Apennine, and the weather was relatively cool. Unfortunately, there was no moon or stars in the dark sky. Amendolara's troops began to depart. Led by the 1st Unit of the 1st Regiment of the 1st Brigade, the 1st Battalion, the leader of each company held a lit torch to illuminate the way ahead. The 5,000 troops marched quietly and orderly. The sound of the rushing river, the croaking of insects and frogs, and even the howling of beasts in the distance covered up the sound of the troops' footsteps and armor clashing. From afar, they could only see the faint flashes of light every few hundred meters. Crossing the pontoon bridge at night was the biggest problem of this march. The troops marched in 2 columns to ensure that there was enough space on the bridge and that both sides could take care of each other. Fortunately, most of the soldiers of the 1st Brigade had participated in the Persia expedition and were very experienced in traveling at night. They successfully crossed the first pontoon bridge and then the second. Their good performance gave the following troops confidence. The 2nd Brigade also successfully reached the other side. When it came to the 3rd Brigade, the speed of crossing the bridge began to slow down. Arsene stepped on the undulating wooden planks and looked at the dark river flowing under the pontoon bridge. He imagined its depth and his body involuntarily swayed with the bridge planks. Just as his body was about to lean outwards, a hand grabbed his arm forcefully. "Don't panic. Look up ahead, don't look down." It was the voice of the squad leader, Septimus, who was walking beside him. He calmed himself down and followed the squad leader's instructions. Sure enough, he felt much better. He had only taken a few steps when he heard a thud behind him, followed by a cry for help. Someone fell into the water. He was shocked. "Don't look back, just walk forward." The usually naggy Septimus voice was now abnormally calm. Arseni's finally set foot on the triangular area in the middle of the confluence of the two rivers. With experience, crossing the second pontoon bridge was much easier. In order to help the Lucarians cross the river, Epiphanes devised a plan. He had a Greek and a Lucarian walk side by side on the pontoon, and with the help of these veterans, the greater part of the Lucanians were able to cross. When they reached the south bank of the Crati River and set foot on solid ground, Arseni's finally relaxed. Only then did he ask the squad leader, "What about our comrades who fell into the river?" The head of the legion has asked Felicius to arrange some rescuers on both sides of the river. As long as they throw away their shields, spears, and helmets, they should be able to swim to the shore without any problems. Of course, that depends on whether they've been training seriously. Now, you understand the importance of training. Every task should be completed seriously, because you might need it someday in the future. Septimus seized every opportunity to educate the new recruits. Arseni's nodded seriously. 2 hours later, the troops approached the city of Castellan and extinguished all their torches. Under the lead of Zam's squad, they reached the middle of the Trianta River. Castellan was at the mouth of the Trianta River and formed 8 columns. The soldiers held each other's spears because the shields were slung over their shoulders and the helmets were hung around their necks. Although this section of the river was the widest, the water was less than waist deep and the current was not rapid. Other than the pebbles on the riverbank, the soldiers did not have any trouble crossing the Trianta River. The Crotones' camp was not far away. It was still very late at night, and the sun had not risen yet. Under the lead of the mountain team, the teams quietly and unhurriedly entered their predetermined positions and began to lie down to rest to recover their strength. The officers sneaked closer and observed the Crotones' camp. Based on the map, they began to adjust and arrange the attack positions of their subordinates. As soon as a ray of light appeared in the eastern sky, the officers began to wake up the soldiers who were taking a nap. While the soldiers were arranging their weapons and equipment, the platoon leaders quietly mobilized them before the battle. For the veterans, they only needed to say, "These arrogant Crotone people dare to insult our Lord Devers and burn our houses. Now we will use our shields and spears to make them pay the price in blood." That would be enough to ignite their anger. For the new recruits, other than encouragement, they also needed to remind them of some details that they needed to pay attention to in battle. For example, don't just charge by yourself. Advance with the whole team. When your spear is stuck in the enemy's body and you can't pull it out, don't waste time to pull it out. Pull out your saber and keep hacking. Arseni's began to line up with his comrades and put on the heavy Corinth helmet. However, he did not feel lonely like he was isolated from the rest of the world. Although he could not feel the force of his teammates pushing him, he could still see the tents that the Crotone people had set up hundreds of meters away through the eye holes of the helmet. He could also see the thin line of Amendeler's comrades, which stretched infinitely along the terrain and surrounded the camp in an arc until it was out of sight. Arseni's moved forward lightly. When he was less than 40 meters away from the tent closest to the Crotone, it was still deathly silent. Arseni's was excited and a little regretful. He wanted to fight the Crotone people who were awake to show off his growing skills. At that moment, a loud scream came from the right ahead. It was especially piercing in the silent camp. That was the 1st Brigade's attack. "Forward!" Septimus said in a low voice. Everyone began to take big strides. The round shields that were close to each other rubbed against each other, producing muffled, clanging sounds. Their feet, wearing leather sandals, stepped on the muddy ground that was soaked with morning dew, leaving rows of clear footprints. Arsenides had already seen a few enemies sleeping outside the tents in front of him, but when he stood in front of them, he became hesitant. "Do it," his teammate next to him urged. At the same time, he plunged his spear into the throat of an enemy. The enemy's eyes suddenly widened, his hands grabbing at his throat. He wanted to scream, but could not make a sound. His expression was extremely painful, and his whole face was distorted. His teammate pulled out his spear. Blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain. The wounded enemy began to pant, which caused another enemy to wake up from his sleep. "What are you waiting for?" His teammate shouted again. Arsenides finally no longer hesitated. He quickly thrust his spear and pierced the enemy's chest. His teammate turned his head and nodded at Arsenides. Although he could not see the expression on his face because of the helmet, Arsenides could guess that it must be a satisfied smile. Encouraged, he endured the discomfort in his stomach and continued to move forward while clearing the enemies sleeping outside the tents. There was a tent in front of them, blocking the path of Septimus' squad. Septimus made a hand signal, and 10 soldiers surrounded the tent. 10 spears pierced into the tent, and after a series of random stabs, there were miserable screams, and blood splattered onto the curtain. "Arsenides!" Septimus shouted. Arsenides immediately raised his round shield, bent over, and went into the tent. Soon he came out and said, "For people. 2 are seriously injured. The others, are all dead. Ignore them. Continue forward." Septimus waved his hand, then looked at Arsenides and said in a deep voice, "Even if you vomit, don't stop moving forward." Arsenides and the others moved forward for a long time before they saw enemies coming out of the tents in 2s and 3s. They were wearing short-sleeved linen clothes, some were even naked, and most of them had no weapons in their hands. It seemed that they had not completely woken up from their drunkenness and sleepiness. They stared blankly at Arsenides and the others, not understanding what was going on. When they saw Arsenides and the others stab some of them to the ground, the screams woke them up. However, they did not rush forward to fight. Instead, they shouted in panic, "Enemies! Enemies!" Under the pressure of Arsenides and the others, they fled in all directions. Their panicked and embarrassed looks reminded Arsenides of when he was a child and saw a flock of sheep being chased by hungry wolves in the mountains with his father. Column's ancestors were the earliest settlers of Crotone, so they were given a large and fertile piece of land. The whole family lived a relatively prosperous farming and herding life. However, with the passage of time and the rise of trade, many citizens who did business gained amazing wealth. They used the wealth they earned to gain a lot of power in the political arena of Crotone. They became the new nobles of Crotone. Colum's grandfather was an ambitious man. He envied these merchants and was no longer satisfied with farming. He decided to join the business tide and win a brighter future for his family. He mortgaged his land and borrowed a large sum of money. He bought a few ships and began to do port transshipment trade. He sailed between the Greek city-state of Sagunta on the Iberian Peninsula, Massilia in Gaul, Napoli on the west coast of Italy, and Crotone. Chapter 148. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly this time when he followed Melanchus to battle. They easily conquered the city of Turin, and Columns also got a lot of loot. It was no wonder that many people said that Melanchus was the favorite of the goddess of luck. Moreover, he heard that the Crotone city hall was preparing to migrate to the Zibari plain. Hence, he planned that after returning to Crotone, he would first cash his loot, save money to marry a wife, and then join the Crotone immigration team. The land of the Zibari plain was flatter and wider than the Croton plain of Crotone. He should be able to get a sizable piece of land. That night, Columns had a sweet dream, but he was woken up by pain. He opened his eyes and saw that his comrades in the tent were like hornets whose nest had exploded. They were running out crazily, and he who was sleeping by the door of the tent had already been stepped on several times. "Watch out!" he roared angrily. "Enemy attack! Come out and fight!" His teammates shouted as they rushed out of the tent. Enemy attack? Where did the enemy come from? Columns was still a little confused. At that moment he heard a series of screams. He quivered, pushed his hands against the ground, and forced himself to stand up. He drank a lot of wine last night, and he didn't mix it with water, so the after-effects were strong. His head was dizzy, and his body was a little out of control. He almost fell, and he didn't have time to put on his armor. He grabbed a spear from the ground and staggered out of the tent. In his sleepy eyes he saw the neatly dressed heavy infantry in a tight formation quickly approaching them. Two of his companions rushed forward with spears in their hands, but they were quickly stabbed down by the enemy. The tacit cooperation and the concise and skillful fighting style completely woke Columns up. Fear instantly took over his whole body. He threw away the spear, turned around and ran. "Run! Get out of here!" Columns had a strong desire to survive. He ran while looking at the position of the sun in the sky. He decided to escape to the east, because the east was the city of Castellan. After running for a while, he saw some people running toward him. They shouted in horror, "There's an enemy, run! There are enemies in the east." Columns panicked when he heard that, and he could only run after them. Following that, he ran around like a headless fly. More and more people surrounded him, and there were even quite a few pack animals running around. Many people were injured, but they couldn't escape. At this time, no matter how panicked Columns was, he understood that they were surrounded, and the encirclement was constantly shrinking. The Devers' headquarters was located behind the 2nd Brigade, between Camp Christina and Castellan. The 30 guards were on standby. Their attention was mainly on the east. Captain Maltius raised the flag of the Legion. The Devers, on the other hand, were listening attentively to Led's report on the latest battle situation from his subordinate cavalry. "First team, attack! Second team, attack! 3rd Battalion, begin the attack! 7th Brigade and Lucania Brigade, attack! The advance of the 1st Battalion is a success. The enemy did not resist. 2nd Battalion's advance is progressing smoothly. 1st Main Company, pass the supply area and continue to advance." "So fast?" The Devers were a little surprised and asked, "How did they do it?" Leds answered, "The people around the supply area are all Turii freedmen and slaves who have defected to Crotone. When they saw us attacking, they all ran away. Capus and the rest went around this area and left a team to slowly clear the area. The rest of the troops will continue to advance." Yes, Capus made the right choice. The Devers nodded in approval. At this time, another cavalry came to report. 2nd team has become 2 horizontal lines. 1st team has become 2 horizontal lines. "Commander, our attack is very successful. The encirclement is shrinking rapidly." Assists was excited. "Yes, it's going well beyond my expectations." The Devers exhaled to ease the tension in their hearts. They then asked Leds, "Is there still no movement in Castellan?" "No. It seems that the enemy's alertness and reaction to danger are very slow. Alpines won't be able to fight this time." The Devers now had the mood to joke. When the sports champion wakes up from his sleep, he must be wondering, where did his troops go? The people around them burst into laughter. In fact, the Devers' judgment was still wrong. It was not that the sentries of Castellan did not notice the abnormality in Crotone's camp. Although Crotone's camp was about 3 miles away from Castellan due to the forest and the river, they could not see the outline of the camp even if they stood on the city wall. However, the loud noise of tens of thousands of soldiers mixed together into a mixture of screams and exclamations could be vaguely heard by the sentries. Therefore, the sentries reported this abnormal situation to the captain. The captain thought to himself, "Crotone's camp should be very safe. The Brutty people in the west were blocked by the mountains and could not come at all. The Turii in the north had been burned, and they had the protection of the Trianta River. The Cremissa in the south had also defected to Crotone. The northeast was blocked by our Castellan. At this moment, Crotone had no enemies at all. Could it be that these arrogant Crotone people woke up early in the morning and were having a party again? Out of professional habit, he still sent a few cavalrymen to see what was going on. However, when the cavalrymen passed through the forest, they were ambushed by Alpine's archers and were all annihilated. As the encirclement continued to shrink, some companies even had to split into 3 lines because the line of attack was too tight. The surrounded Crotone army became more and more crowded due to the shrinking space. Melanchus and the other high-ranking officers were invited to the city for a party and could not return. However, the captain of the 100 men was still there, especially the officers who were sleeping in the middle of the camp. As soon as they sensed that something was wrong, they laboriously ordered their men to put on their armor, pick up their weapons because most of them were drunk, and prepare for battle. It was just that the Amendorians' attack was too fast. There were deserters everywhere, messing up the hastily organized troops. But now that the shrinking space prevented the deserters from running around, the captain of the 100 men in brightly colored helmets became their backbone. We've been surrounded. We can only survive if we rush to the east. Charge east! The captain of the 100 men shouted in unison to attract the attention of the people around them. Under their leadership, they began to charge towards the direction of the sun. The Amendorians were facing their toughest test since the raid. Dracos did not panic at all when he saw the black mass of enemies swarming towards him. It was not the first time 2nd Brigade had encountered such a situation. Last time, they had blocked the ferocious Lucanian food attack. After a few months of training, they were more confident that they could fend off these unarmored, unarmed, and even naked enemies. Pass on the order. Defend where you are. Dracos ordered the drummers. Each brigade was equipped with 5 drummers. In addition to conveying orders, they could also use the drumming to adjust the pace of the soldiers during the march, to keep the formation in line and to boost morale. The rhythmic drumming sounded, and the flag bearers of each company waved their flags. In fact, according to their judgment, the platoon leaders had already begun to order the soldiers to stop advancing and prepare for defense. The Crotone's charge was like a row of huge waves. Although majestic, its power was scattered. The defense of 2nd Brigade was like an iron wall. Although thin, it was very strong. The 2 armies collided. One had been maintaining an offensive posture and had expended a lot of energy. The other had been running since the beginning and was exhausted. One was fully armed and the other was not. One had fewer people and the other had more. The 2 sides engaged in close combat and the outcome was obvious. However, the Crotone finally showed their courage in this critical moment. If they had no weapons, they would use their bodies to ram and their feet. If they were stabbed by spears, they would hold on tightly with both hands. For a moment, 2nd Brigade was in a tough battle. When the Devers received the news, he immediately ordered the rest of the brigade increase the speed of attack and try to get the enemy to surrender. At the same time, he asked Leds to quickly call Alpines to lead the light infantry back to assist 2nd Brigade in attacking, while he led the guards to the front. When the Legion's flag appeared behind 2nd Brigade's defense line, the high and mighty bronze statue of Pluto shone golden under the light of dawn. The morale of the soldiers of 2nd Brigade, who were struggling to hold on, was immediately boosted. Dracos, can you still hold on? The Devers deliberately asked the platoon leader, who was commanding from the rear. Commander, we will soon be able to beat the enemy back. Dracos gritted his teeth, turned around, and shouted to the drummers, beat the drums to attack! We must attack. Under the gaze of the commander-in-chief, under the sound of the drums to attack, the soldiers perked up. Although the formation of only 3 rows was relatively weak compared to the enemy, they began to counterattack. They swung their shields forward with all their might and thrust their spears into the gaps that were exposed. If the enemy grabbed their spears, they would pull out their sabers and slash. Originally, the battle between the Greek infantrymen was frustrating. The muffled sound of metal colliding with shields, the crisp sound of spears piercing armor, and the ear-piercing sound of sabers slashing at each other. No matter how long they fought, they might not be able to defeat their opponent. But now, every swing, every thrust, every slash could be heard from the enemy. The sound of metal piercing into flesh, and the string of blood droplets from the sabers, the 2nd Brigade's swift counterattack, stopped the enemy's charge. And the courage of the Crotone soldiers, who were mostly unarmored and unarmed, quickly diminished in front of an impregnable wall. The light infantrymen who soon arrived fired arrows and stones at the back of the Crotone's charge line, preventing their reinforcements from catching up and forming a combined force. The last thing that tipped the balance of the battle was the fierce attack of the other 3 brigades. The encirclement was shrinking rapidly. The Crotone soldiers in the center were almost squeezed together, and it was difficult for them to even turn around, let alone break out. Nearly 10,000 people were tightly surrounded in this circle, with a circumference of less than 1 mile. Arrows and stones kept raining down from the sky, and cries of surrender kept ringing out from all directions. People kept screaming and falling down, and fear quickly spread among the enemies. The freedmen and slaves were the first to kneel and surrender. They were followed by the soldiers of Silatina, Cremissa, and Castellan. Chapter 149. Castellan's city defense team waited for a long time, but the cavalry did not return. The noise in Crotone's camp seemed to have disappeared. Out of curiosity, he personally led 10 cavalrymen out of the city through the south gate, crossed the pontoon bridge, and went west through the forest that was not too big. Nothing seemed out of place. Alpine's light infantry had already hidden the corpses of the cavalrymen and erased the traces, until they rounded the bend of the Trianta River and climbed up the slope with difficulty. The scene that appeared in front of them was shocking. The wide flat land where the Crotone's camp was in a mess. Collapsed tents, scattered weapons, running horses, and pack animals were in a mess. What was even more frightening were the densely packed corpses, the heavily injured soldiers who were struggling in pain, and the bright red soil that was soaked in blood. There were many fully armed soldiers in the center of the camp, surrounding even more disheveled people, and from the encirclement they were escorting out rows of captives with their hands tied behind their backs. Great fear gripped the heart of the patrol leader. The Crotone were defeated. While these terrifying and unfamiliar enemies had yet to discover them, the patrol leader hurriedly turned his horse around and galloped towards Castellan City. "Commander, Castellan's cavalry has returned to the city." Leads rushed over to report. Assists informed the 7th Brigade and the Lucania Brigade to set up an ambush in the forest. "It's very likely that Castellan City, no, it should be Melantius, will give us a big gift." Leads continued to closely monitor Castellan City's movements. The Devers ordered. "Yes." Leads received the order and left. The assists ordered the orderly to rush to the north. After a while, the Devers asked the assists again. "Inform Melantius cavalry. How long has it been since they left?" "About half an hour." "Commander, there are too many things in the supply area. Due to the attack, some of the pack beasts were injured and some ran away, so we don't have enough animals to carry the supplies," Assist said with some concern. Devers smiled faintly and pointed at the captives who were squatting on the ground under the threat of weapons. "Those are not ready-made, beasts of burden. Let them carry the supplies back to Turiae. It doesn't matter if they walk slowly. It will exhaust their strength anyway. These Crotone players, who have been through years of competitive training, can still be of some use." Why didn't I think of that?" "Commander, you always come up with good ideas." Assists praised loudly with exaggerated movements. "Yasi, it would be great if your ability to do things could become as good as your ability to say nice things." After the victory, the Devers were also in a good mood. He joked with the assists for a while, then said, "Let's go and see the soldiers. They are the true heroes of this victory." Thus, in the horrified and sorrowful vision of the captives in the distance, a shining golden flag was slowly moving closer. Under the flag, A general wearing a distinctive purple, white, and red crown helmet appeared on the battlefield. The cruel, merciless, and ferocious-looking enemies immediately let out thunderous cheers. Devers! Devers! Victory! Victory! The smarter ones among the Crotone captives immediately thought that this general was probably the Archon Devers of Amyndolara that they had insulted before. These enemies were the owners of the buildings under Amyndolara that they had burned. At that time they had laughed at the cowardice of the Amyndolara citizens. Now they were trembling under the spears of these cowardly enemies. The chief general of Castellan, Amicles, was shocked when he received an urgent report from the city defense captain. He immediately sent someone to inform Melanchus and his subordinates. Melanchus was sleeping soundly in the hotel with a high-class prostitute in his arms. He was extremely displeased when he was forcibly woken up. When he heard the anxious report from his subordinate, he was immediately startled awake. He said with hope in his heart, "Maybe the enemy broke into our camp and was captured by the soldiers." Timoras shook his head worriedly. The people of Castellan said, "The flag of those heavily armed soldiers looks blurry from afar, but its shape is strange. It is definitely not the flag of the Crotone. Melanchus, we must go and rescue them." Ah, you're right. Melanchus never thought that when he was returning triumphantly, he would encounter a sudden blow. He could not suppress his panic. "Quick! Come with me to find Amicles, and ask him to send all the citizens of Castellan to rescue them immediately." Of course, Amicles could not promise Melanchus everything. He had to ensure the safety of Castellan first, but he did not dare to reject Melanchus' request and offend the Crotone. Moreover, there were also soldiers of Castellan trapped in the camp. Therefore, he hurriedly gathered 700 public militiamen, led by Melanchus and his subordinates, and went to rescue them. Melanchus marched quickly towards the camp. Timoras advised him to be more cautious, but Melanchus said, "According to the intelligence of the people of Castellan, the enemy has fewer people than us. The reason why they won is probably because of a sneak attack. Now they are still in place and want to turn our soldiers into prisoners. Our sudden attack will definitely surprise them, and at the same time it will also arouse the resistance of the surrendered soldiers. We will attack them from both inside and outside, and the enemy will be defeated by us. I want these thugs who dare to violate the Crotone to pay a heavy price." Melanchus was like a red-eyed gambler, looking forward to the last big bet to win back all the money he had lost before. When his troops marched through the forest, they were attacked by the Amendolan light infantry who had been lying in ambush. The light infantry, led by Epithenes, rained arrows, flying stones, and throwing javelins at them, causing a large number of casualties. While the morale of the Castellan soldiers was low, and in a panic, the Lucarians, armed with Greek sabers, rushed into the enemy's formation like tigers pouncing on sheep. "Commander, the reinforcements of the Crotone have been defeated." Other than a few who escaped back to Castellan, the others were either killed or captured. Leds reported excitedly. Devers nodded, but he was not very happy. This was a well-prepared ambush, and victory was easy. Seeing his calm expression, Led said, "Those Lucanians also captured 2 of the generals of the Crotone, Melanchus and Timoras." Oh, the Devers smiled, not because they had captured the enemy's commander. The Lucanians have made a great contribution again. They can reduce their sentence by another half a year. When the Lucarians cut the column of Castellan's people into several pieces, Melanchus' years of experience in the army told him that failure was inevitable. He immediately turned to run, but the Lucanians seemed to have locked onto him. After paying the price of a few casualties, they pinned him down and dragged him to the Devers. "Melanchus, we finally meet." A young voice with a gentle tone rang beside his ear. Melanchus struggled to raise his head. His handsome face was scratched by the sand and stones that were dragged along the way, and blood blurred his vision. He blinked hard. An unfamiliar young face appeared in front of him. "Who are you?" "The consul Devers of Amyndolara." Amandalra, Devers. Melanchus, who had been hit in the head, was a little slow to react. Suddenly his eyes widened. Amandalra. Amandalra. You are too despicable. Without declaring war, you sneak-attacked us. You have violated the tradition of the Greek city-states and tarnished the honor of the Greeks. The Greek city-states will punish Amandalra. Champion of the Olympia, you are too egotistical. Dave sneered. When your army stepped into Amandalra's territory without permission and burned our buildings, the war had already started. As for sneak attacks, I vaguely remember an athlete's maxim: the winner proves his strength with action, the loser can only cover up his weakness with excuses. Am I right? Melanchus lowered his head and pleaded in a low voice. I hope you can treat me and the soldiers well. The Crotone will pay Amandalra a sufficient ransom. It is not up to me to decide how to treat you well. Then who is it up to? The survivors of Turiae. When Melanchus arrived at the Crotone camp and saw the mountains of supplies, he immediately smiled. But he soon became distressed because these carts could not cross the river. Devers said confidently, "That's easy. We will cross the river from the ferry." So the soldiers of Amandalra and the people who rushed over packed up all the valuable things in the Crotone camp, including the weapons, armor, and linen shirts of the dead enemies, formed a long line and marched east. Through the forest, they could see the city of Castellan on the north bank of the Trionta River. Devers could even hear the panicked cries of the enemies on the city wall. He jokingly said to Melanchus, "Didn't you say that there were not enough pack animals? We can borrow them from Castellan." Melanchus really did ask someone to borrow the pack animals. The chief general of Castellan, Amicles, and the others saw from the top of the city wall that the heavily armed Greek infantry marched proudly on the south bank. Under the escort of their shields and spears were dispirited, blood-stained captives carrying heavy loads. There were also excited civilians in civilian clothes and a pack full of supplies. This long line of troops went around the city and went straight to the ferry. Every Castellan citizen looked nervous and confused, but there was no anger or greed. That was because Castellan had lost more than half of its soldiers. Now that the city was not defended, no one dared to provoke this terrifying army. Where did they come from? A member of the council asked nervously. Amicles looked at the direction of the troops and said uncertainly, "They are going north. It is very likely that they are Amandalra. Could it be the mercenaries who defeated the Lacanians?" General Gorky's eyes widened. Very likely. Amicles was even more certain of his guess after hearing Gorky's words. Perhaps only they would dare to defeat the powerful Crotone. They have sent people," someone shouted with a trembling voice. The people on the city wall, from the soldiers to the general, became nervous. "We are the citizens of Amandalra. The consul Devers has asked us to borrow 100 pack animals from you. We will send them back to you after we are done with the transport." The voice of the person could be heard clearly on the city wall. Everyone looked at each other. The Devers, the rumored hero who saved the Taurus, the consul of Amandalra. Amicles smiled bitterly. This was the second time he had saved the Taurus, but the people of Castellan had also suffered. On the city wall of Castellan, the general and the council members agreed after a short discussion. It was not because of Diver's good reputation of keeping his promises, but rather according to Amicles' words. If Amendolas annihilates and captures Crotone's large army, the situation in northern Magna Graecia will definitely change. We need to be careful. Moreover, many of Castran's citizens may become Amendolas' captives. We need to leave a good impression on Amendolas so that we can negotiate with them in the future. In the morning, the few tourists who had woken up saw the people of Amandalra who had rescued them gathering and crossing the pontoon bridge towards the south. They were shocked and uneasy. Are the Amendalarans going to abandon us? By noon, the tourists, some freedmen, and slaves who had woken up looked at the empty camp. Helplessness and despair in their hearts reached the extreme. They knelt on the ground and wailed. As for Cornelis, Strompoli, and a few others who told them that Amendola was fighting against Crotone's army and had already won, they couldn't believe it at all, with some of them even cursing out loud in anger. At this moment, someone shouted in horror, "Look! Quick, look! The army is coming!" The Tilly people hurriedly looked back, only to see a mighty and majestic army, led by a strange military flag they had never seen before, striding vigorously across the pontoon bridge, marching in their direction. "That's our army. It's the army of Amendola. They've returned victorious." Cornelis, the governor of Amendola, did not agree to fight with the Crotone in the previous Senate meeting. Although the decision was passed, he had been hiding his uneasiness. At this moment he was cheering like a child. Cunigarata stared blankly at the approaching Amendola army. There was only one voice echoing in his mind. The Amendolarans won. They actually won. They defeated the powerful Crotone army. The tourists were skeptical. Soon, as the vanguard of the army reached the north bank of the Cretae and drew near them, they saw under that strange banner, at the head of the procession, Devers, the young and gentle consul of Amendola. At this moment he was fully armed, but not wearing a helmet. He was waving at them with a smile on his face. The scorching sun shone on his shiny armor, emitting the most dazzling light. He looked like a god from the heavens. At this moment, some sharp-eyed people noticed that there was a person walking behind the Devers horse. His hands were tied behind his back and he was naked. He was being dragged forward by the horse. If he slowed down, the guard spears would leave a wound on his body. Why did this person look so much like Melanchus, the demon who ordered the burning of Turris? Could it be that Crotone's army was really defeated by Amendola? There was no doubt about it. Behind the vanguard, they saw Amendolan soldiers holding spears, escorting young men who were also naked and carrying heavy loads on their backs. The procession stretched to the south, and they could not see the end of it at first glance. The tourists looked at the unbelievable scene in front of them. Tears flowed from their eyes. They cried, laughed, screamed, and threw things at the Crotone soldiers. Some even went up to fight them like madmen. The Devers stood on a makeshift wooden platform. His eyes were fixed on the tourists, who quickly gathered with the elderly and the young. He spoke with a solemn but emotional voice. "People of Turris, the Crotone have invaded your homeland in the past few days. You have lost your loved ones, lost your homes, and cried helplessly on the ruins. But the gods did not abandon you. They allowed your neighbors, the brave Amendaras, to not fear their enemies and defeat the demons who destroyed Tilly. They allowed the kind Amendola to help you, who lacked food and clothing. The night will pass, and the light is right in front of us. Without homes, we can build more comfortable houses. Without cities, we can build stronger ones. Without the temple, we can build an even more magnificent one. Turi people, wipe away your tears, straighten your chests, and join hands with the people of Amandera. Together, we will build a better home that will not be invaded by foreign enemies." Again the tears of the Turi people burst into tears, and they rejoiced and worshipped Davis, the hero who had twice saved Turi, as if he were a god. The Devers ordered the captured high-ranking Crotone officers, led by Melanchus and Timorez, to be brought to the wooden platform and handed over to the tourists to decide whether they should live or die. The tourist cheers reached a climax. They swarmed the Crotone officers, using rocks, wooden sticks, fists, and teeth to vent their anger. Soon, the Crotone officers were badly mutilated, but the tourists did not stop even when their enemies were lying on the ground, dying. Ansitanos, who was watching the bloody scene, sighed. "I'm afraid tourists will be different from now on." Kinagota pointed at Divers, who was standing at the side of the wooden platform and watching the execution of the Tilly people, and said with a serious expression, "It's not that I'm afraid, but Tilly will definitely be different." Ansitanos was silent. Chapter 150. In the afternoon, the Devers convened an emergency meeting of the Senate of Turin and invited Cunigarata Ansatanos Bakos, and a dozen other prominent and influential citizens to attend. The list even included Plazines and Polixus. The assists were puzzled and asked, "Sir, why did you invite Plazines, a shameless and untrustworthy villain, to attend the meeting?" The Devers said seriously, "To us, Plazines is an untrustworthy villain. To the Turin, he is a patriot who does not hesitate to destroy his own honor for the benefit of the city. We should respect such a person." "What about Polixus?" "He is a deserter." The Devers did not answer. He had asked Cunigarata. Although Cunigarata was betrayed by Neonices and Polixus, he still suggested that the Devers invite Polixus to attend the meeting, because the Polixus family had always been very influential among the Turin Piotia immigrants. Plazines had been restless ever since the people of Turin came to rescue the people of Turin. He even wanted to leave Turin and emigrate to other cities. When Amyndolar's messengers found him and sent him an invitation, he was still skeptical. The messenger told him what the Devers had said, and Plazines actually shed tears. The Turin, who had been taken care of by the people of Amyndolar for the past 2 days, felt guilty and blamed Plazines for destroying the friendship between Turin and Amyndolara. Even his relatives were distancing themselves from him. He was very grateful for the Devers' affirmation. At the same time, the invitation to Plazines also showed the Turin that Amyndolar was willing to let bygones be bygones, and many Turin who had worked against Amyndolar were relieved. At that time, because the conditions were simple and crude, the meeting was held on the grass. Everyone sat cross-legged on the ground in a circle, surrounded by guards. At the meeting, the Devers proposed that the Turi-Amendola union be established. The citizens of the 2 cities would share a consul and a senate. They also invited the tourists present, including Cunigarata, to join the senate and become a member of the Senate of the new union. This was a suggestion that the Devers had discussed with the senators of Amindara beforehand. The tourists were weak, and they relied heavily on Amindara's help and protection. Moreover, they could become senators of the Senate, so why not? The news quickly spread to the tourists, and most of them cheered. The main reason was that if the alliance was established, they would be able to accept the aid and protection of the powerful Amendolar soldiers without any qualms. They would not have to worry about betrayal or abandonment because they would become a family. When the cheers reached the ears of the new tourists who were in the meeting, their last concerns disappeared. Then the Devers said that since the tourists and Amindara had become a family, the laws of Amindara would also apply to the tourists. The rights and obligations of the Amendarans would also apply to the citizens of Turis, except for a few tourist senators who slightly disagreed with the bill that citizens who own land would have to pay an annual land tax of 1%. The Devers' proposal passed by a large margin. Then the Devers proposed that the slaves who participated in the battle against the Lucanian army would be granted freedom. The freedmen who participated in the battle against the Lucanian army and did not betray the Turis and join the Crotone army would become citizens of the new union. The leaders of the freedmen who caused the rebellion and caused the fall of the Turis would be sentenced to death by the Turis. This proposal was passed without any controversy, because through the burning of the city of Turis, the Turis also had a deep reflection. They realized that it was precisely because the Turis broke their promise and mishandled the freedmen and slaves that it was one of the main reasons for the disaster. After listening to the Devers' proposal, Plazines was slightly embarrassed. Unexpectedly, the Devers proposed that Plazines be responsible for the execution. This was a good opportunity for Plazines to wash away the stain on his name. Once again, he was grateful to the Devers. In fact, most of the freedmen who participated in the Battle of Lucania participated in the rebellion and followed the Crotone army to transport the spoils of war to the Crotone army, but they were captured by the Amendaran army. The slaves, on the other hand, lost control because of the fall of Turis. Most of the miners and slaves fled deep into the mountains, while most of the slaves in the city chose to stay, because instead of fleeing elsewhere, most of them would still become slaves. If they were captured by the indigenous people, their situation would be even worse. It was better to follow a familiar master. Other than the lack of freedom, their lives were still passable. There were very few freedmen and slaves who truly met the conditions of the proposal, but for the freedmen and slaves who still lingered around the ruins of Turis and had yet to leave, it was undoubtedly great news, because they believed that the rumored consul did indeed have a good impression of the freedmen and slaves, and he was also a consul for life, which meant that in the future they would have more opportunities to gain freedom and become official citizens. Stabilizing the freedmen and slaves' emotions and arousing their enthusiasm for the new alliance, the safety of the Turis was guaranteed, because they far outnumbered the Turis. The first Senate meeting of the Turis, a Mendran alliance, was highly efficient. Proposals to help the reconstruction of Turis were passed, and Kinagarada was proposed by the Devers and elected as the Turis city governor with a large number of votes, including the votes of the Turis senators. The main reason was that Kinagarada disregarded the past and did his best to help the Turis, causing the Turis to feel guilty. In addition, the shrewd Turis senators knew that the political situation would be dominated by the Amendrans for a long time in the future, so in order to gain the favor of Kinagarada, they had to work hard to make Kinagarada speak up for the Turis. Since the two cities were not far from each other, apart from the official position of the chief executive of each city, the rest of the official positions were shared. According to the needs, there would be deputy positions or assistants assigned to each city to perform their duties. At the same time, the Turis Reconstruction Committee was established, headed by the Devers and assisted by the two city governors, Cornelos and Kinagarada. They would lead the reconstruction of the entire Turis. In the end, Bukos asked the question that the Turis were worried about. What if the Crotone attack again? The Devers' expression did not change. He smiled and said, I think we can let the military officer answer this question. Felicius stood up and said, Senators, let me give a brief account of the results of this battle. We sent out a total of 4,895 soldiers, killed more than 6,000 people, and captured 9,000. This is a very high casualty rate. On average, an Amendran soldier killed more than one enemy. According to normal battles, no matter how powerful the Amendolan soldiers are, such a situation shouldn't have happened. It's only because it was a sneak attack and the Crotone soldiers were drunk, asleep, unarmed, and unarmed that they suffered such a high casualty rate. On the other hand, we only suffered 72 deaths and 200 injuries. As soon as he said this, the Tali elders were dumbfounded. Felicius continued, among the 9,000 prisoners, there are about 5,000 Crotone soldiers. This is mainly because when the Crotone set up their camp, they arranged for the soldiers of the other cities to be on the periphery. Felicius glanced at the Devers. We can use these prisoners to force the Crotone to negotiate with us. If the negotiation fails, I see that although Turis was destroyed by fire, the walls are mostly intact since they are made of stone. We can organize a large number of people to quickly repair the walls and defend against the Crotone's attack. At the same time, we can ask for help from Tarentum. Will Tarentum help us? Bukos was doubtful. After all, the Turis had tried the same thing before. Tarentum had sent messengers as a token, but after the persuasion failed, there was no more movement. With the Crotone greatly weakened, not only will Tarentum help us, but Rockley will also take action. Kinagarada, who was familiar with the situation in Greece, said, Lord Consul, we should organize the manpower now and first build the walls. Also, we must immediately try to form an alliance with Tarentum. We have always been allies with Tarentum. Amyntas said abruptly, That's not the same. Back then it was Amendola that signed a contract with Tarentum. Now, Amendola has become the Turis, the Amendola alliance, Antonios explained to him in a low voice. Amyntas scratched his head in embarrassment. Lord Kinagarada, you have reminded me that we really need Tarentum's help now. Although the Devers said this, he did not think that Tarentum's help was necessary, but it was important to understand Tarentum's attitude. Originally, Amendola was just an inconspicuous ally of Tarentum. Suddenly, it became an alliance of two cities, and its strength soared. What would Tarentum think? Cunigarata was reminding him. Therefore, the Devers gave him a look of gratitude. Marigi and Ansitanos were ordered to go to the Senate of Tarentum. Chapter 151. It seems like the Devers, who are blessed by the gods, have created another miracle. Archita sighed from the bottom of his heart. There was no jealousy in his eyes, but more curiosity. I want to know how the Devers defeated the Turris. Marigi briefly told them about the battle with Amendola, emphasizing that Amendola attacked at night and the Crotone were too proud and unprepared. Not only did they not build their camp seriously, but they were also drunk and other reasons to reduce the degree of surprise. However, the senators of Tarentum were still shocked by the Devers' military prowess. It was obvious that the young consul's last victory over the Lacanians was not by luck, nor was it mainly due to Tarentum's reinforcements. The senators of Tarentum became cautious in their treatment of the emissaries from Amendola. Amarques, one of the consuls, said, "People of Amendola, since you've won, why are you still in Tarentum? Are you here to show off your achievements? The people of Amendola have always respected Tarentum, who once saved us. We never dared to have such thoughts." Marigi bowed respectfully and said, "I'm here this time because the Turris, who lost their homeland, have formed an alliance with Amendola, so we must revise the alliance with Tarentum." "What did you say?" The Senate was in an uproar. "The Turris have formed an alliance with you? What alliance? Could it be that Amendola used force to occupy the land of the Turris, just like how the mercenary leader occupied Amendola?" A senator of the Senate said loudly, "I object to this, sir, statement." Marigi said angrily, "What you said is not only an insult to our consul, it's also an insult to Amendola. I find it hard to believe that this came from the closest ally of Amendola. Sir Diomyras, you're wrong. I was there on the day of the citizens' assembly and saw with my own eyes how the Amendolan people warmly invited the mercenaries to become Amendolan citizens. Akita took the initiative to stand up for Amendolan. Even though Archita was endorsing Amendola, Diomyras still retorted, if it wasn't for Amendola's coercion, why would the Turris choose to form an alliance with the weak and poor Amendola instead of the rich and powerful Tarentum? Diomyras is right. If it wasn't for Amendola's military threat, the Turris would definitely have chosen Tarentum. Many senators immediately echoed. The people of Tarentum were too proud of themselves. Marigi sneered in his heart and immediately wanted to refute, but he was stopped by Ansitanos. He stood up and said gently, "Respected elders of Tarentum, my name is Ansitanos. I was originally a general of Tali and have visited Tali many times. Some of you should know me, such as Lord Marcus and Lord Decidimus." The elders who were called out by him could only nod. "As a Turii, I swear to Apollo that Amendola did not threaten the Turii with force. On the contrary, when the city of Turin was conquered by the Crotone and the Turin thought that they had been abandoned by the gods, only the weak Amendola refused to submit to the mighty Crotone. Even when the enemy's army was pressing down on their borders, they still maintained their alliance with the Turin. When the city of Turin was burned down and the Turris lost their homes, it was the Amendola who came in time and helped us selflessly. When the ruthless Crotone burned down the city, a crime unheard of in the history of Greece, robbing all the resources that the Turris relied on for survival and leaving unpunished, not a single city-state in Greece stood up to uphold justice. Only the weak Amendola dared to fight against the mighty Crotone, the enemy of our Turris, and even avenge the Turris. Which city-state could have done what Amendola did to the Turris? The Turris regarded Amendola as a hero who saved them and regarded Amendola as their own family. Therefore, they were willing to share a consul, a senate, and the rights and obligations of citizens with Amendola from the bottom of their hearts. They were like brothers in a family, without any distinction between you and me. This was the natural choice of the Turris. After listening to Ansatanos's affectionate words, the Senate of Tarentum fell silent. Some even felt ashamed. After a while, Consul Marcus said coldly, Amendola and the Turris have become allies, and their strength is much stronger than before. The prestige of Amendola alone is enough to deter other city-states from invading. It seems meaningless to talk about an alliance with Tarentum. Marigi put on a sincere face and said, Before I came, Sir Divers had repeatedly told me Tarentum lent a helping hand during Amendolar's most difficult time, and he is Amendolar's great benefactor. No matter what happens to Amendolar in the future, my gratitude to Tarentum will never change. I hope to be a long-term ally of Tarentum and be on good terms forever. I hope to repay this kindness in the future when I have the chance. The Senate of Tarentum fell silent again. Another consul, Decidimus, stood up and said, Now the two emissaries from Amendola and Turris, please leave for the time being. We will discuss the alliance. Everyone, it is said that Consul Devers of Amendola is a very young man. Young people are often full of energy and ambition. More than half a year ago, he was a mercenary leader. Now he is a lifelong consul of two cities. Such a fast promotion and expansion speed is very similar to that of the man in Syracuse of Sicily. That's why I don't trust him very much. Diomyras expressed his concern. I'm afraid that if Tarentum forms an alliance with them today, one day they will turn the spearhead against us. Diomyras' words caused the senators to laugh. Diomyras, you are too timid. The 3,000 to 4,000 citizens of Amendola and the remaining few thousand of Turris add up to less than 10,000 people. Why would Tarentum be afraid? Are you really from Tarentum? Whether Amendola and Turris can survive the anger of Tarentum is a problem. Do they still have time to think about other things? Amidst the mockery of the elders, Diomilus sneered and said, Everyone, when Talii was first established, our ancestors in the Senate of Tarentum also mocked us like you are today. What happened in the end? We were defeated by the Turris twice in a row, but it seems that we haven't learned our lesson. After listening to Diomyras' words, some of the senators seemed to be in deep thought, while some looked unhappy and scolded. The original Turris had the strong support of Athens. Otherwise, the final winner would have been us. The current Amendola and Turris are far from being comparable to the former Turris. Diomyras, if Tarentum has to worry about this, then what are we still doing here? We might as well emigrate as soon as possible. I'm reminding everyone that Tarentum needs to be vigilant against Amendola. Amendola has such a terrifying archon with military talent. Now that it has merged with Turris, it is likely to develop into a powerful state in the northern part of Greater Greece in the future, causing trouble for Tarentum. In order to prevent such a situation from happening, we don't need to support it. Instead, we need to deliberately limit its development. Diomyras persuaded patiently. Archita immediately stood up and said loudly, Since Lord Diomyras is afraid of Amendola, then we should ally with them because the Devers have always kept their promises. Whether it was previously hired by the Turris, when the Turris suffered a crushing defeat and faced the danger of being surrounded by the Lacanian army, he still led the mercenaries to stay and turn defeat into victory. Or when the army of Tarentum was forced to the gates, he still did not give up on the alliance with the Turris. This means that once the new alliance with Amendola is formed, not only will Divers, the life consul, not harm Tarentum, but they will also lend a helping hand when Tarentum is in trouble one day. At this time, Decidimus said in a deep voice, Archita is right. Senators, don't forget what the biggest threat to Tarentum is. It's not Amendola, nor is it Turris, but the Messapi who have surrounded Tarentum. The Messapi are already difficult to deal with, and the damned people of Athens have taught them heavy infantry tactics and armor making. Now, they're getting more and more difficult to deal with year after year. Look at how many people they kill and how much farmland they destroy every year. Our roots and temples are here, not in Amendola, not in Turris. Tarentum only has one city, but the Masapi occupy most of Apulia. If they are allowed to develop like this, I'm afraid that in the future, the people of Tarentum will lose all the land outside the city and be trapped in the city. This is the real reason why we have advocated the establishment of the Great Hellenic Defense Alliance in recent years. It's a good thing that Amendola and Turris have formed an alliance. When we encounter difficulties in the future, they can give us more help. So, why can't we form an alliance with them? There was a long silence among the senators, and most of them looked solemn. Therefore, in the end, the proposal to form an alliance between Tarentum and the Amendola Turris alliance was passed. When the two sides concluded the alliance, although Tarentum promoted the new alliance to a relatively equal ally, it still proposed that Tarentum would be the leader in future joint military operations. Chapter 152. When the news of the Crotone army's defeat reached Ciudad Crotone, the whole city was shocked. There was a heated debate in an emergency meeting in the city hall. Chief General Myron cursed Amendola as despicable, referring to the sneak attack and Melanchus's incompetence. He proposed to organize another army to fight against Amendola and restore Crotone's reputation. Lysias attacked Myron, arguing that it was his order to burn the city that caused the surrounding city-states to feel uneasy and turn against Crotone. Now that Crotone had suffered a great defeat, they should not use their weapons to avoid being besieged by Rockley, Tarentum, Amendola, and other city-states. Both sides had their own supporters, and there was no compromise. Half a day later, news deliberately spread by the Amendola Turii alliance, hereafter referred to as the Tua alliance. The Tua alliance had captured more than 5,000 Crotone people, about 1,000 Asprostum and Syrians, 1,200 Cremissa and Castellan, and more than 1,000 freedmen and slaves. The sad people of Crotone heard the news and saw hope. They gathered and went to the city hall to pressure the council to ransom their loved ones. At this time, another news came. The Tua alliance and Tarentum had formed an offensive and defensive alliance. Myron finally stopped insisting. After discussion, the council finally decided to send Lysias as an emissary to Turii to ransom the Crotone captives in the hands of the Tua alliance. If necessary, they could sign a truce. Lysias led the emissary group to the north by boat. They caught the wind and arrived at the mouth of the Croti River in less than half a day. Here he saw a surprising scene. Countless merchant ships were densely lined up at the mouth of the river like wooden walls. Ships sailed out from between the wooden walls from time to time, and ships continued to converge from all directions. Wasn't the city of Turii burned to the ground? Why were there still so many merchant ships trading here? Lysias was puzzled. Soon his doubts were answered. A simple fishing boat came to greet them. "Hi, are you here to trade or to discuss business?" A man at the bow said loudly. After receiving Lucius's instructions, the attendant asked, "What do you do?" "Do you see the pattern on the sail?" The man pointed his finger upwards with a proud look on his face. The black hair on the sail was like a flame wrapped around the weapon in the middle of the sail. It was the symbol of Hades, the double-pronged fork. "Do you know that our consul Davus is the descendant of Hades? My name is Sequirian, and I'm now the navigator appointed by the commercial officer, Lord Marigi. I'm in charge of maintaining the smooth navigation. You have to tell me what you're here for, or I'll have to ask you to leave so that you don't block the navigation of the ships behind you." Lysias hesitated for a moment before making a firm decision. "We're envoys from the Crotone, here to negotiate with the Tua alliance." There was no anger, no insults, or any other abnormal emotions. Instead, Sebastian's expression was calm. He nodded and said, "You people of Crotone, sure, are patient to only arrive now. The envoys from Castellan, Cremissa, and Silatina have arrived long ago." Lysias' heart skipped a beat. The attendant asked curiously, "Why aren't you angry?" "Why should I be angry? It's because you're people of Crotone." Sebastian shrugged. "You burned Turii, but I'm not a citizen of Turii. I'm just a free man. On the contrary, I'm quite grateful to the Crotone. Sebastian smiled mysteriously and said, "Let's not talk too much. Quickly follow my boat and don't block the navigation." Sebastian's fishing boat led Lysias' boat into the Crati River and sailed upstream. Lysias looked at the northern estuary. He could vaguely see a few simple wooden docks on the shore. Goods were constantly being unloaded from merchant ships and transported by carts to an earthen enclosure not far from the docks. It seemed to be located in the old city of Baris. Lysias furrowed his brows. When the Crotone had sent envoys to question the Thurii on why they had violated the agreement, everyone in the council had agreed. However, Lysias had objected to the idea of sending troops to attack Thurii to avenge the envoys. He believed that accepting the Thurii's apology and receiving more compensation had already achieved the Crotone's goal. There was no need to send more troops to battle. It would be a waste of manpower and resources, and he was afraid that accidents would happen. In the end, after the Crotone's crushing defeat, the Thurii no longer cared about the Crotone's attitude and began to make use of the old city of Baris again. "You haven't said why you're thanking the Crotone," one of the envoys asked loudly at the bow of the boat. Sebastian replied loudly from the fishing boat, "Isn't it obvious? If the Crotone hadn't burned Thurii, there wouldn't have been an alliance between Amendola and the Thurii, and there wouldn't have been a Devers as our Archon. He's the descendant of the Hades and has such a noble status, but he cares about the people very much. Not only does he not discriminate against us freemen and slaves, he's very friendly, just like he treats his own citizens. Have you heard of the Amendola Immigration Act proposed by the Devers? Oh no, it should be called the Immigration Act of the Tuo Alliance now." The Crotone man shook his head. Sebastian gave him a look that said, "You're ignorant," and explained the general content of the Immigration Act loudly. He then said excitedly, "The Devers said that after the initial construction of Thurii is completed, the act will be implemented. Anyone who wants to become a Thurii citizen and behaves well can apply for registration with the census officer. I heard that once you become a probationary citizen, you can join the army and fight for a piece of land. My comrades are working hard now, wishing that Thurii can be built by tomorrow. Who knows? I might be an official citizen by the next time you come." Seeing Sebastian's intoxicated expression, someone couldn't help but refute. "I've never heard of a city that would allow outsiders to become citizens so easily. Maybe this Immigration Act is a lie, made up to make you work hard for them." "Shut your mouth. Don't spout nonsense." Sebastian was furious. The Devers announced this act in front of all the freemen and slaves. How can it be fake? Do you know who the Devers are? When faced with the threat of the Thurii, he would rather cut ties with them and pay for the freedom of the escaped slaves. When faced with the Crotone army, he would rather fight you than cut ties with the occupied Thurii. Lord Devers has proven that he is a man of his word. So, I believe what he says. All of us believe him. If you weren't an envoy here to negotiate, I'd feed you to the fishes in the river right now." The Crotone people blushed and wanted to curse loudly, but Lysias stopped his followers' impulse. Sebastian stared coldly at the movements of the ship behind him. Seeing that the situation had quietened down quickly, he was a little disappointed. He purposely spat at the river behind him and ignored them. Lucius fell into deep thought. Based on what he knew, Tyrol's current population was probably no more than 3,000, while Amendola's population was estimated to be at most 4,000. Crotone's population alone was more than 30,000, and there were also the affiliated cities of Aspustem, Silatina, Corunna, and so on. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, if the Tua Alliance could make use of the tens of thousands of freemen and slaves here, it would definitely be worth paying attention. However, how could their loyalty to the city compare to that of the natives who had been citizens of the city for generations, who had come from all over the world in such a hurry to become citizens of the city? Lysias deeply doubted it. He stared at the river and saw many fishing boats with double-pronged patterns on their sails coming and going, unusually busy, When the towering city wall appeared in front of them, Lysias knew that they were almost at the city of Thurii. He looked at the towers on the city wall. In the past, the two towers were connected by an iron chain, which was quite spectacular. When the enemy's ships attacked, the iron chain would be lowered to prevent the enemy from entering Thurii through the water. However, this time, Melanchus had used a spy to directly attack the south of the city, rendering the iron chain useless. Now it had disappeared. Melanchus must have cut it off. Thinking of Melanchus, although Lysias did not have a good relationship with Melanchus, and their governing philosophy was completely opposite, he could not help but feel sad when he heard about his tragic fate. He was beaten to death by the Thurii people. His body was so bloody that it was impossible to tell that he was human. Sebastian's fishing boat docked at the port of Thurii. He got off the boat first and ran to report the situation to a group of soldiers stationed at the dock. The group of soldiers quickly came over under the leadership of the captain. The Crotone people noticed that even in the city, the group of soldiers still maintained a complete formation. "General, we should disembark," the attendant reminded Lysias, who was thinking. Lysias, who came back to his senses, looked around. He had been to Thurii several times. At that time, the port of Thurii had more than a dozen docks, some made of stone, some made of wood, and there were hundreds of ships docked there. The port area had warehouses, hotels, and residences, and it was bustling and messy. Now, there were only a few lonely stone docks here, and everywhere was scorched black. Of course, this was the masterpiece of the Crotone people. Lysias calmly disembarked from the boat. The group of soldiers also calmly checked them. After confirming that they were the emissaries of the Crotone, a soldier immediately rode to report to the Senate, while the emissaries continued to wait in place. Chapter 153. I will be like that in the future. Syrian shouted confidently, full of hope for the future. Untie the ropes. Let's go to the estuary. Lysias was also sizing up the patrol captain in front of him. Are you citizens of Amendolin? The captain glanced at him and said, No, we are citizens of the Tua Alliance. Oh, I'm sorry. Lysias asked politely, I would like to ask how the Crotone soldiers are doing now. I can't tell you where they are being held, because that is a military secret. The captain said seriously, but I can tell you that they are doing well now, and the Devers have even asked the hospital to treat the injured soldiers. But if your negotiation fails, their situation may not be so good. I heard that the Thurii senators in the Senate strongly suggested sending them to mining. Lysias was shocked. Sending captives to mining was definitely a death sentence. He remembered that when the Athens army attacked Syracuse in Sicily and failed, about 5,000 to 6,000 people were captured and sent to mining. After a few years, almost all of them died. This made him a little nervous. After a while, the soldier rode back and whispered in the captain's ear, Take the furthest road. The captain immediately understood and said to the Crotone emissaries, The Senate has agreed to meet with you. Let's go. The group passed through the ruined port and entered the city. The Crotone emissaries could not believe their eyes. Compared to the deserted port just now, there were people everywhere. It was extremely noisy. Men, women, old and young were all busy. Some were clearing away the ashes, carrying stones and rubble. Some had already started to consolidate the ground according to the instructions of the craftsmen, and started to lay down stakes on the ground. More people were building wooden frames, laying stones and piling up bricks by the side of the city wall. Some were making mortar, carrying bricks and wood, and pushing drinking water. The entire main city of Thurii had become a large construction site. People were sweating profusely and passionately rebuilding their homes. They were so focused that when the Crotone emissaries passed by, no one looked up. Although thousands of men were working at the same time, it was noisy but not chaotic, and they were organized in perfect order. Lucius noticed that some people with red ribbons on their heads played an important role. They directed and coordinated the operation of the construction site, and the real person in charge was a skinny old man. He constantly patrolled the surroundings, stopping to refer to the drawings when he found any problems. Then he would talk to the people around him, and soon someone would rush over to correct it. "Who is he?" Someone in the Crotone envoy group asked curiously. "Heraclid, a disciple of the Greek master architect Hippodamus," the captain replied. Heraclid had originally planned to direct the construction of the road from Amendolara to Thurii after the warehouses and hotels were completed. However, when he heard that the Senate was preparing to rebuild Turin, he volunteered to design and preside over the rebuilding of Turin. The Devers readily agreed and put forward some of their own requirements for the construction of New Turin. Heraclid had mixed feelings about this city that recorded the glory of Heraclid and where he lived for 20 years. He was too familiar with it. He could walk around the whole city with his eyes closed, and he could count the height of every place, the curvature of the river. He poured all his emotions into the tip of his pen and finished the blueprint of New Turin in one night. The Devers were impressed when they saw it. After that, Heraclid spent every day at the construction site. He was full of energy, and he meticulously supervised the operation of the reconstruction. His passion for work also infected the people who were already rebuilding their homes, and the progress of the reconstruction was constantly accelerated. The Crotone envoys, of course, did not know how respected the skinny old man was in Turin, and they certainly did not remember who Hippodamus was. They responded politely and turned their attention to other places. Lucius asked casually, "I'm afraid there are more than 40,000 people working here, right? There shouldn't be so many people in Turin. Could it be that the Amendorians are among them?" "We Amendorians do have some, but most of them are freedmen and slaves." The captain looked at Lucius, as if he knew what he was thinking, and said without hiding it, "You must be wondering why these freedmen and slaves are working so hard. It's not only because they may become residents of this city in the future, but also because the consul Devers passed a temporary decree in the Senate. Widowed Turin women are allowed to marry freedmen, but only if the woman is willing." "What?" Lucius was shocked. "People of Crotone, you should know that not counting the citizens of Turin who were massacred after the Crotone took over, more than 10,000 citizens died in the war with Lucania. Almost all of the people in Turin are widows, and I heard that the Turin were going to issue a decree to allow citizens to marry more than one wife. You can see how much men Turin is lacking." The captain revealed a faintly discernible smile. "It's great now. In order to gain the favor of the Tali women who are busy rebuilding their homes, these freedmen are naturally working hard. You should know that once a Turin woman takes a fancy to them, not only can they marry a wife, but they can also immediately become a citizen of Turin and get a house. Although they can't get any land, as long as they join the army in the future, it won't be a problem. Come to think of it, these fellows are really lucky to have so many cultured and beautiful Turin women to choose from. Back when we were in Amendola, Captain, stop complaining. Your wife is a famous beauty in Amendoland, Persia. Don't you know how much the other citizens envy you?" A soldier could not help but say, "Ha, ha, ha." The captain laughed shamelessly. Of course. My wife is the most beautiful woman in all of Amendoland other than the consul's wife. Beautiful and cultured. I'm just complaining on your behalf. You didn't come at the right time. My Lucanian women are good. Not only are they passionate, they're also tall, and this place is huge." A soldier patted his chest and said in an intoxicated manner, "The Greek women can't even compare." A group of soldiers began to argue about which family's women were more beautiful. The more they talked, the more vulgar they became. Lucius was no longer interested in listening. The laws issued by the Tua Alliance were completely rebellious to the orthodox Greek nobles like Lucius. In Crotone, a city-state that had been built for hundreds of years, and the clans and phratries were extremely stable, it was impossible to implement them. But he had to admit that for the Turin who had lost their homes and a large number of strong citizens, it was a good way to quickly boost the power of the city-state. But a Turin that could quickly recover its strength and prosper, and a Turin that was a sworn enemy of Crotone, was not what Lucius wanted to see. Thinking of this, Lucius followed the team out of the city worriedly. On the way to the camp, he happened to see a dozen groups of soldiers training. They seemed to be playing a game. There were about 50 people on each side. In fact, it was a squad. They used long wooden sticks wrapped in coarse cloth as spears and crude wooden boards as round shields. Both sides charged and stabbed like they were in a real battle, until one side was forced to retreat behind a white line drawn with lime powder, and the game ended. The soldiers of the losing side had to crouch down with their hands behind their back and jump around the field, known as frog jumping, as punishment. The scene was quite fiery and intense, and it was obvious that this game was a simulation of actual combat. Lucius saw with his own eyes that several soldiers were stabbed and were immediately bandaged and treated. But the enthusiasm of the soldiers did not diminish at all. They kept clapping and cheering, fighting to enter the field. The soldiers' blood and desire to fight were evident. Someone in the emissary group asked curiously, "Is this how you usually train?" The patrol leader chuckled and said, "We train once every 5 days, and each training session lasts from morning to evening. There are many training programs, and this is just one of the less intense ones." The Crotone people of the emissary group looked at each other. It was obvious that the military training of the Tua alliance was much more intense than that of the Crotone militia, who spent most of their time in the arena. Lucius did not completely believe the captain's words, but he could tell that Amendola's troops were strictly trained and experienced, or else they would not have been able to defeat the Crotone army so easily, even if it was just a sneak attack. Entering the camp, they came to the big tent in the center. The patrol leader went in to report while Lucius and the rest waited outside. At this moment, a person came out of the big tent. Lucius glanced at him and felt that he was familiar, but he could not remember who it was. The person did not expect to meet Lucius at this time either. He was stunned for a moment before regaining his composure. He smiled at Lucius and immediately turned to leave. Lucius stared at his back, trying to remember who he was. "Sir Consul, you are invited in." The patrol leader's voice came from behind. Lucius composed himself, opened the tent flap, and walked in. The patrol leader led the soldiers out of the camp, and his serious expression immediately turned into a smile. "Brothers, how was my performance just now?" "Captain Oliver's, you performed too well. Very serious and serious, completely different from your usual self." A soldier praised. "I think it was a little lacking. There was a part in the middle where you made jokes about women. It's too unbecoming of you." Another soldier raised his objection. Chapter 154. "No way, Captain. You're taking this opportunity to retaliate." Xenotimus cried out. Olivers laughed and said, "Let's go, brothers. We'll continue to patrol the city and teach those free people who fight over women a lesson." "Yes, Captain." A group of soldiers laughed and walked towards Turii city. There was a long wooden table in the tent, and a few people were sitting opposite it. In the middle was a young man. Lucius had heard that Amendola's Archondevers was very young, so it was obviously him. Beside him was a man with a thick beard. He happened to recognize him as the former chief general of Turii, Cunigurata. The other person didn't look like a Greek. Cunigurata also recognized Lucius and whispered to the Devers to introduce him. The Devers listened while sizing up Lucius. This middle-aged man from Crotone was slender, handsome, and had a well-trimmed beard. He looked very elegant, but according to Cunigurata, as a leader of Crotone's conservative faction, he was able to be elected as a general for 10 years in a time when Crotone's conservative faction was declining. He was definitely not an easy person to deal with. "I'm Lucius, representing Crotone to negotiate with the Turi. Tua alliance." Lucius stepped forward and said, "Welcome, General Lucius. The Devers stretched out their right hand and gestured for him to sit on the opposite side of the wooden table. Then they looked at him calmly and said, "We've been busy rebuilding Turii City recently, and we also have to meet with the emissaries from various cities. Time is very tight, so just tell us what you want." Lucius didn't expect the Devers to be so direct. He coughed a few times to hide the surprise on his face. Then he said loudly, "If that's the case, I'll tell you what Crotone wants. We hope that the Tua Alliance will release all the captives of Crotone and its allies. Then Crotone will stop fighting with the Tua Alliance and achieve peace." Ha ha ha. Daphis raised his head and laughed sarcastically. "The Crotone people killed my citizens, destroyed my city, and stole my resources. Just because they agreed to a ceasefire, they want to pretend that nothing happened. They even want us to unconditionally release the culprit who caused this disaster. I wonder if the Crotone people are too naive or too shameless." Lucius said with a sullen face, "Sir Devers, don't forget that this war was not started by Crotone." "All right, I don't want to argue with you about who's right and who's wrong. Please go back." The Devers waved his hand. Lucius was stunned. He didn't want to talk anymore after a few words. The Devers' way of not playing by the rules made him angry. "Sir Consul, aren't you afraid of fighting with Crotone again? We can organize another 20 to 30,000 soldiers at any time, and we won't make the same mistake again." The Devers heard Lucius' threatening words and raised his eyebrows. He said resolutely, "When it comes to war, I'm not afraid. The Alliance will never make the same mistake that Turii made before. We will first kill all the captives and use their blood as a sacrifice to the gods. Then we will use the strong defense of the city walls to make every step you, Crotone, take. You will have to pay with human lives. The people of the Tua Alliance will not fear death and will never surrender. If the young die, the old die, the women will. If Turii falls, we will retreat to Amendolara. If Amendolara falls, we will go to Heraclea. As long as the enemy is still trampling on our territory, we will fight to the death with the enemy." The Devers' words made Kinigarada, who originally hated war, feel his blood boil. He blurted out, "That's right, this is the Tua Alliance's code of conduct in the face of invasion." Lucius was shocked by the other side's fighting spirit. He clearly felt that this newly formed alliance was not as weak as the Turii before, but more belligerent. Falling out with the Tua Alliance and starting a war was not a good choice. He wanted to say a few words to ease the atmosphere, but he heard the Devers say loudly, "Kinigarada, go and call back the emissary of Locke who just left. We need to have a good discussion with him about the terms of the alliance he just proposed." Emissary of Locke. Lucius' heart beat wildly. He suddenly remembered that the familiar person just now was Metatro Finus of Locke. He had negotiated with Crotone twice before, but he didn't remember him. "Lord Consul, state your demands." Lucius had to be the first to give in. The Devers stopped Kinigarada, who had just stood up, and said, "Wait a moment." Marigi straightened his body and said loudly, "The Tua Alliance's demands are, first, because Crotone burned down the Turii city, causing the Turii people to lose their homes. In order to compensate for their loss and also rebuild the Turii city, Crotone needs to compensate the Tua Alliance with 2,000 talent. Second, Crotone can ransom your soldiers. The ransom for each captive is 500 drachmas. At the same time as the culprit behind the burning of the city, these captive soldiers must serve in Turii for a year to redeem their sins. Third, Crotone must allow the Cremissa and Castellan to become allies with the Tua Alliance. Fourth, the Tua Alliance and Crotone's peace treaty will last for 5 years. During this period, both sides will not invade each other. After hearing this, Lucius shook his head. "Your demands are too high. Crotone can't agree." Thus, a long and drawn-out negotiation began. The Devers gave this difficult task to Marigi and then went to another tent not far away. Here, the Devers met with Armicles from Castellan. As the chief general of Castellan, The fact that Armicles came to Turiae in person showed his attitude. As soon as he saw the Devers, he said flatteringly, "I have long heard that the consul of Amendola is a hero favored by the god of hell. Seeing you today, you are indeed very different from ordinary people." The Devers smiled and said, "General Armicles, why have you come to Turiae?" Armicles didn't answer directly. He said with emotion, "Sir Devers, Turiae, Amendola, and Castellan have a very deep history. We are all children of Sybaris. When Turiae was founded, there were also some people who were descendants of Sybaris. We all come from the same place. In the past, when Sybaris was strong, Castellan and Amendola had a lot of relations. How peaceful it was at that time. Unfortunately, after the fall of Sybaris, Castellan was forced to join Crotone's alliance and was bullied. Fortunately, the establishment of Turiae allowed Castellan to become independent and enjoy a peaceful life for almost 40 years. When Crotone's army attacked Turiae, Castellan was small and weak and had no choice but to join Crotone's army. Castellan is sandwiched between the Crotone and the Tua alliance. It is very difficult for them to remain neutral." The Devers interrupted him and said seriously, "Since Castellan has a very deep relationship with Turiae and Amendola, why don't they rejoin our side? Crotone and we are currently negotiating. If an agreement is reached, Crotone will not interfere with Castellan's voluntary choice. As long as Castellan and the Tua alliance become allies, we will unconditionally release the captives of Castellan. As an ally of the Tua alliance, we will not interfere with Castellan's internal affairs. We don't need you to pay tribute. We only need you to agree to 2 conditions." "What 2 conditions?" Armicles asked eagerly. It was obvious that he was a little moved. The Devers smiled and said, "First, after forming an alliance, Castellan will not sign any kind of agreement or covenant with other cities and forces. Second, when the Tua alliance goes out to war, Castellan must send troops to participate. The generals of the Tua alliance will have the right to command the entire army. After the battle, the spoils obtained will be distributed according to the ratio of troops sent by both sides." Armicles carefully thought about the 2 conditions and the benefits of joining the alliance. His eyes gradually lit up. After more than a day of negotiations, the ceasefire agreement between Crotone and the Tua alliance was finally settled. First, Crotone would compensate the Tua alliance with 30 talent in one go. It was very different from Marigi's initial asking price, but there was no other way. Crotone had only suffered a small setback. In addition to this war and the previous war with the Brudi, the 2 consecutive wars had greatly depleted Crotone's treasury. If the asking price was too high, the agreement would not be reached. Second, the ransom of each captive was 200 drachmas, and they would have to serve in the Tua alliance for half a year. The Tua alliance had to ensure the safety and health of each captive and allow family visits, including the captives of Asprostum and Ziliton. The Tua alliance had more than 6,000 captives from Crotone and its allies. The price of each captive was equivalent to 4 cows. The price was not too high, but it was not too low either. If all the captives were ransomed, the Tua alliance would earn 200 talent. Furthermore, the Tua alliance only provided the captives with basic food and lodging. If they wanted to feed and clothe the captives, they would have to rely on Crotone and its allies. In fact, in the end, the captives' food was all provided by their families. The Tua alliance used the free labor of 6,000 captives for half a year. The families of the captives also brought in extra food and lodging for Turiae. Chapter 155. Thirdly, Crotone would not interfere with Castellan's alliance with the Tua alliance, but Crimea must remain neutral. After all, Crimea was very close to Crotone. Joining the Tua alliance was like a sharp knife pressed against Crotone's abdomen. Of course, Lysias could not agree. Marigi did not insist either because the Tua alliance did not have enough power to help Crimea defend against enemy attacks. However, The Devers still decided to release the Cremissa captives in half a year, according to the terms of the ransom, with Crotone. The Cremissa emissary thanked them profusely and promised, "We will no longer be enemies with the Tua alliance." Fourthly, the Tua alliance could not form an alliance with Rockley or sign any agreement against Crotone. This was strongly requested by Lysias. Marigi pretended to be troubled. In fact, the Devers told him in private, "We have no plans to form an alliance with Rockley at the moment to avoid angering Crotone and causing the negotiations to fail." Marigi used this as a bargaining chip to force Lysias to make concessions in other aspects. Fifthly, from the date the agreement was signed, Crotone and the Tua alliance would maintain peace for 3 years. After that, the agreement could be renewed depending on the situation. The Crotone emissaries returned to their motherland with the preliminary agreement. After the council's confirmation, they entered the city of Turiae again. The attentive Lysias noticed that the walls of Turiae no longer had any traces of smoke and fire. The collapsed areas had been patched with newly built bricks and mortar. From a distance, it looked brand new. He was shocked by the efficiency and enthusiasm of the Turiae. In fact, he did not want to have any more conflict with the Tua alliance. However, before he left, Myron reminded him repeatedly that even if they wanted to sign a truce, it could not be for more than 2 years. Lysias understood that most of the generals and council members of Crotone, led by Myron, were not willing to accept this defeat. They were still planning to take revenge in the future. Crotone was famous in Greece for its athletic competition. The people's personalities were also branded with the qualities of athletes who did not want to admit defeat. This was somewhat similar to the Amendrins of the Tua alliance that he had been in contact with for more than 2 days. Lucius sighed softly and led the group into the tourist camp again. Apart from changing the time limit to 2 years, the other contents of the armistice agreement did not change much. Both sides sacrificed livestock to Apollo, chanted the name of the god aloud, and swore that the Crotone and Tua alliance would never violate the armistice agreement. Finally, they signed their names and the names of their respective city-states. Why sacrifice to Apollo? Because Crotone and the former tourists both worshipped Apollo as the patron saint of the city. It was easier for both sides to abide by the agreement. With the agreement reached, Lucius was in a hurry to return. The Devers and the others would not hold him back. Before sending Lucius onto the ship, the Devers said sincerely, "I hope the Crotone and the Tua alliance will never fight again." The Devers' sharp gaze made Lucius feel that the young consul had already seen through Myron and the others' tricks. He immediately said, "Apollo above, this is also my sincere wish." Standing at the bow of the ship and looking at the construction site of Tali City that was still bustling with noise, looking at the merchant ships that were shuttling back and forth at the estuary, Lucius left Tali with a heart full of worries. The Devers and the others watched Crotone's ship leave from the dock. Cornelius let out a long sigh. "We're safe now." "Yes, we're safe for now. I'm afraid Crotone will attack us in 2 years. Cunigarata said calmly. "That's right. Otherwise, they wouldn't have specifically asked for a shorter armistice. Therefore, we must make full use of these 2 years to strengthen the Tua alliance as soon as possible, so that no faction that covets us will dare to invade us." The Devers encouraged the group. That's right. The group's spirits were roused. Consul, look at the compensation money in this armistice." Marigi immediately wanted to make a request. The Devers interrupted him and said, "All the compensation money will go to the national treasury, and Mercies will be in charge of safekeeping." Mercies instantly beamed with joy. "The Reconstruction Committee will be in charge of planning, managing, and spending the money. Just like the supplies we seized previously, it will all be used for the daily expenses of the people, the reconstruction of the city, and public works. Any department that needs to spend money will have to apply to the committee, and only after obtaining approval can they receive the funds. The treasurer will also be in charge of supervision." After the Devers finished speaking, Mercies winked at Marigi. Marigi was so angry that he turned around, not wanting to see him. Also, on the first day of every month, Mercies, you must give a detailed report on the receipt and spending of the national treasury to the Senate meeting. If anything goes wrong, you will take full responsibility. The Devers said sternly. Yes, Mercies replied weakly. Alexis, go and tell the captives the contents of the agreement. Since the Crotone won't let them mine, we'll let them build roads. Build a road that connects Heraclea, Amendolara, Turiae, and Castellan. Let Heraclide's son, that young Heraclide, yes, that's him, let him be the commander of the entire road project. He'll bring a group of craftsmen to supervise and manage according to the blueprints. Yes, Consul, Supervisor Alexis replied. I can understand building a road that connects Heraclea, Amendolara, and Turiae. Why do we need to connect it to Castellan? Since the Crotone might launch an attack in 2 years, Castellan won't be able to stop them. Won't it make it easier for the enemy to advance if we build a road? Ansatanos asked doubtfully. The other Turiae elders were all concerned. The Devers explained seriously. If we build a road that connects to Castellan, our personnel and trade with Castellan will be more frequent, and our relationship will be closer. Castellan will be more dependent on us. With a road, our army and supplies will be able to reach Castellan faster. Castellan is also our ally now. We have the responsibility to maintain its safety. In the future, Castellan will be our front line to defend against the enemies in the south. Of course, building a road will make it easier for the enemy to attack us. So we'll try our best to keep the enemy out of our territory so that they can't use our road. Ansatanos and Cunigarata were deep in thought. Some of the others were encouraged, while others were doubtful. After a busy day, the Devers returned to his tent late at night. He found someone waiting for him in the tent. Andrea, why are you here? Did something happen to Christoia? The Devers asked hurriedly. Andrea bowed respectfully. Honorable Consul, Madam didn't want to disturb your work because she saw that you were busy rebuilding Turiae, but I think I should still tell you about it. What is it? The Devers asked eagerly. A few days ago, Madam kept vomiting and couldn't eat. I suspected that she was pregnant, so I asked Sir Herpes to examine her, and it turned out to be the case. As soon as Andrea finished speaking, the Devers was pleasantly surprised. He asked again, Is Christoia really pregnant? It's true, sir. That's great. That's great. The Devers hugged Andrea excitedly and spun a few rounds on the spot, completely ignoring Andrea's shyness. Marcius, he cried, shouting towards the outside. Marcius. What's the matter, sir? Marcius walked in. Hurry and get the horses. I want to go back to Amendola, the Devers said eagerly. Sir, it's too late now. It's not safe on the road. Let's go back tomorrow, Marcius advised. I can't wait. Christoia is pregnant. I'm going to be a father. I want to go back and see her immediately. Immediately, the Devers said with determination and excitement. Congratulations, sir. This is a gift from Hera. If that's the case, we'll escort you back, Marcius said happily. Okay. The group of people rode out of the camp. The hurried sound of hooves woke up many people in the camp. Who's riding in the camp this late? It's against the rules. I heard that the consul's wife is pregnant. He's rushing home. Really? That's great news. Late at night, the quiet camp was filled with cheers. The Devers hurried home and went upstairs. He saw a little head poking out of the door and looking outside vigilantly. Cynthia. He picked up his little daughter and kissed her hard. It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? I need to spank you. You woke me up. Cynthia wiped the saliva off her face with her little hand and pouted. Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize. The Devers smiled and patted her head. Where's my brother? He's sleeping in there. Where's Mom? Cynthia hesitated and pointed to the master bedroom. The Devers put her down and patted her, but... Go to sleep. Then he strode to the master bedroom. Christoia was reading an account book under the oil lamp. Hearing the footsteps, she turned around and was surprised. "Why are you back? If I didn't come back, you would have kept it from me, right?" The Devers pretended to be angry. He sat next to Christoia and hugged her with one hand and patted her plump but with the other. "How dare you not tell me that we have a child? Do you think you deserve to be punished? You know everything." Christoia put her arms around the Devers' neck. "Did Andrea tell you?" Chapter 156. Devers gently stroked Christoia's smooth belly and said, "Until our child is born, do you hear me?" Despite Devers' domineering tone, Christoia enjoyed his strict attitude. She rested her head on Devers' chest and replied softly, "Got it." Devers gently moved the sleeping Christoia away and carefully got out of bed. He tiptoed to the side room and lit the oil lamp in the alcove beside the window. The flickering light illuminated a smiling bronze statue of Hera. Devers knelt down and prayed, sincerely for the first time. His eyes were filled with tears of excitement, but what came out of his mouth was not Hera's hymn. "Dear Father and Mother, do you know? Your son has a child in this world. I hope you can bless him to come to this world smoothly, grow up healthily, continue my bloodline, and pass on my career." In the palace on Ortygia, Dionysius was discussing important matters with Philistos and Leptines. At this time, his chief of intelligence, Hipporinus, walked up to him and handed him a piece of information. Dionysius read it and could not believe it. "Is this true?" "I've confirmed it before. When has there ever been a mistake?" Hipporinus said coldly. Dionysius did not care about Hipporinus' attitude. After all, Hipporinus was his father-in-law and was one of his colleagues who firmly supported him in the process of obtaining power in Syracuse. Dionysius exclaimed loudly, "Unbelievable! That young leader of the mercenaries won again! And this time he even defeated Crotone, the troublemaker of Rockley. It was just a sneak attack." After reading the information from his brother, Leptines clearly did not appreciate the way Devers won. "My brother, you must understand, whether it's a sneak attack or a head-on battle, as long as he can win, it's praiseworthy. And he was able to win twice in a row despite being outnumbered. It seems that this person is indeed a powerful general." Dionysius said seriously. He suddenly sighed. Devers, what a pity. What a pity, my lord. Do you still want to recruit him?" Philistos asked. Dionysius shook his head. "He's obviously not satisfied with being a mercenary leader. He succeeded in becoming Amyndolere's life consul. Now that he's defeated Crotone, I'm afraid he's thinking about how to bring Turin under his rule. This young man is not simple. I've underestimated him. Looks like I'll have to pay more attention to him in the future." "Got it," Hipporinus replied. Dionysius sighed to himself when he saw Leptinius's nonchalant look. This brother of his was loyal and diligent, but he was a little lacking in scheming. But it was precisely because of this that Dionysius had entrusted the heavy responsibility to him, and not to those with ulterior motives. The lesson of his father-in-law, Hermocrates, must be kept in mind. Hermocrates was Dionysius's former father-in-law, the leader of Syracuse and the hero who defeated the invasion of Athens. The Democrats of Syracuse were worried that he would be a dictator, so they instigated the people to expel him. He even led the people of Sicily to resist Carthage's attack. In the end, the Democrats of Syracuse were so terrified by his brilliance that they tricked him back to Syracuse and killed him. By the way, how's Herolus now? Dionysius remembered the man he had neglected. "He's been quiet for the past few months," Hipporinus said. So Dionysius said to Philistos, "Herolus has rested long enough. Philly, call him back to help you prepare for the war this time." "Yes." Philistos's face was full of joy. Dionysius looked at Philistos, then at Hipporinus, and thought of Herolus far away in Egypt. It was these people who firmly supported him in his most difficult times that he was where he was today. Herolus should still be loyal to him. This time, it was just a small warning to him. so that he would not speak carelessly in the future. After instructing Philistos to do this, Dionysius felt a lot more relaxed. He turned his attention to the matter he was most concerned about. How's the migration of the Leontini to Syracuse going? It's all settled. They're busy adapting to the new environment, so their performance is considered stable, Philistos replied. That's good. Dionysius turned to look at Leptinus. How's the progress of the craftsman making that thing? It's a success. Leptinus was waiting for his brother to ask about it. He said excitedly, It's too powerful. It's a weapon of the god of war. It can shoot a stone weighing 10 pounds 100 meters away. A normal city wall would definitely collapse if it was hit by a dozen stones. Very good. Reward the craftsmen for me, and get them to make more of these things. But keep it a secret. If anyone leaks it, I'll kill their entire family. Dionysius said viciously, Next year I'll give the Carthage a shock. Why don't we attack now? Leptinus asked, puzzled. We've already conquered the Greek city-states in eastern Sicily outside of Messina. We have a large army and powerful siege weapons. The cities of Carthage in western Sicily cannot withstand our attack. We have to be careful when dealing with Carthage because they can transport thousands of soldiers from Africa at any time. We have to be 100% confident before we go to war. Dionysius said in an unquestionable tone. During this period, Kunigarata had been busy with the reconstruction of Turiae. He stayed at the camp every night, and it was rare for him to find the time to go back to Amendolara. After dinner, his eldest son, Sostatus, rushed back when he heard the news. He shouted with a smile on his face, Father, you're finally back! Yeah, Kunigarata snorted. I heard that you've been wandering around and didn't participate in the reconstruction of Turiae. Are you still a citizen of the Tua Alliance? I should be thankful that I didn't applaud when the city of Turiae was destroyed. It's impossible for me to work with those murderers who killed my brother and bullied my sister. Sostatus looked indignant. At the same time, he explained, but I haven't been wandering around either. I've participated in the military training organized by Amendolara 4 times. To be honest, the military training in Amendolara is quite complicated and arduous. I almost died of exhaustion after each training session. No wonder, amen. No, our public militia is so strong. Also, the football game invented by the consul is quite interesting. When Sostatus mentioned his dead brother and sister, it was as if the scar in Kunigarata's heart had been reopened, causing him to look dejected. When Sostatus noticed this, he immediately changed the topic. He pretended to be excited and said, Other than military training, I've been helping the commercial officer, Sir Marigi, the rest of the time. Father, you don't know this, but ever since we spread the news that Turiae needs a large amount of resources for reconstruction, a large number of merchant ships have come from all directions. Our market tax rate is low, our service is good, and our management is strict. The merchants from all the cities are full of praises for us. Now, the merchants who have settled in have filled up our port. The market that was just built isn't enough anymore. We have to expand it, but all the manpower is with you now. I think Sir Marigi will come to you the day after tomorrow at the latest. Is that true? Kunigarata had been staying in Turiae all this time, so he had no time to inspect the port. He did not expect that Marigi and his men had roughly built a port and market at the estuary and Sabaris 2 months ago. It had become so prosperous in such a short time. Of course it's true. I helped Sir Marigi keep the books, so I remember it very clearly. We spend about 10 tallion every day to buy the materials we need for reconstruction. At the same time, we earn 8 tallion from the taxes we collect and the goods we sell. Where else do you think you get the resources other than wood and stone to build the city? Sostatus said confidently, Devers are good at using people. I didn't expect Marigi, a Persia, to be so good at business. Kunigarata exclaimed. He glanced at his son and said calmly, Tell me, what do you want from me? Kunigarata, knew his son very well. The warehouses and hotels at the foot of Mount Amandalra were burned down by the Crotone people. Now the Crotone captives are about to rebuild them. I heard from Sir Marigi that he wants to auction off these new warehouses and hotels and rent them to the people of the Tua Alliance to earn money. I want to join, but I don't have enough money. I want to borrow some from you, Father. How much do you want? 5 talient, Sostatus said after mustering his courage. That was almost half of Cunigarada's wealth. Are you going to rent them all? Yes, Father. The merchant ships of Turiai are gathering, but our port hasn't been built yet. A lot of merchants and sailors can't find a place to stay or store their goods. On the other hand, there are warehouses and hotels in Amandalra. Moreover, the road between the two cities is under construction. I think we can earn a lot of money by taking these warehouses and hotels. Sostatus said confidently.